For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the, first regular meeting in July of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is July 10th. It is 10:02 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
All right, please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing upon those who are present. Continue now to give our leaders your direction and your strength. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240454, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the first regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Any items? All right, Commissioners, anything on the consent agenda? We have a motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 3, first regular meeting agenda, 240463, adoption of the first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, there are amendments to today's agenda. First, on page 5, item to be removed. Registration election, 240471. Request approval to utilize corporate purchasing for storage and retrieval products in the amount of $161,998.50.
All right,
That
hold on.
item has been removed.
Why are we removing that?
I believe registration and elections requested to remove it directly, Mr. Chairman. I did not see a stated reason when they informed us that they had asked to have the item removed.
Okay, and items to be revised. First item on page 8, 240485, medical examiner. This item was revised to amend the requested action. It should read, request ratification of an emergency purchase order in an amount not to exceed $177,000 for forensic pathology staffing services upon BOC approval. Next item, also on page 8, Commissioner's action items, 240487. Commissioner Ellis has requested to co-sponsor Chairman Pitt's item, request approval of ordinance amending the purchasing code of Fulton County.
Not requested, we worked on this together.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're adding Commissioner Ellis as a
Correct.
sponsor. And that's all I have.
All right, Commissioners, anything? All right, entertain a motion to adopt as amended. Motion to adopt by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240464, ratification of minutes. First regular meeting minutes, June 5th. Second regular meeting post-agenda minutes, June 26, 2024.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 240465, presentation of proclamations and certificates. Proclamation recognizing Alton Adams Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis and Chairman Pitts.
Come on up here. Come on up here, Mr. Adams. Come on. You know, Chairman Pitts really wanted to read this proclamation today. He asked for special dispensation to read it, but our arm wrestled him and won, and so I get the honor of presenting this proclamation. This is a full board proclamation. From Mr. Adams. So we're certainly pleased to do this. Whereas Alton Adams was born and raised in the Virgin Islands of the United States, earning his Bachelor of Arts degree in economics from Georgetown University and his MBA in marketing and finance from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. And whereas Alton joined Fulton County in 2018, bringing more than 20 years of management consulting experience, specializing in the use of data, analytics, and technology to help global organizations better serve their clients. And whereas Alton served as the Chief Operating Officer for Justice, Public Safety, and Technology, providing strategic leadership to Fulton County's Police Department, Emergency Management Agency, Animal Services Program, Emergency Medical Services, Medical Examiner, Child Attorney, Information Technology, and Select Fulton. And whereas Alton worked collaboratively with all of Fulton County's justice partners to develop programs and initiatives striving to improve performance, most notably Project Orca, an award-winning and nationally recognized program disposing of almost 150,000 backlog court cases brought on by the global pandemic. And whereas Alton was a driving force behind the new Fulton County Animal Services Facility, a world-class shelter providing for the optimal conditions and treatment of animals, and was proudly the facility's first customer, having adopted his furry friend, Seymour. And whereas Alton led a 2-year jail feasibility effort to examine all aspects of needs, financial requirements, and construction plans. In addition, following the cyber attack, Alton agreed to stay on for another 6 months to assist the justice partners in their recovery efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, all the entire county manager's office, recognizes Alton Adams for his leadership and dedication to the safety and quality of life of all Fulton County citizens, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, July 10, 2024, as Alton Adams Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you. We're going to let you say a few words, and we're not going to ask you any tough questions.
Okay, Guy, I appreciate that. Well, thank you.
Well, I know the chairman has me on the clock, so I'm only going to say a couple of things. First of all, thank you, Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Ellis for sponsoring the proclamation. And I was going to thank Dick Anderson, but he's at a Greta board meeting. But I really want to thank him for his sponsorship and support in my 5 years here at the county. I also want to thank the rest of the Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Thorne, for their support over my 5 years here. When I joined the county, and when I had my first conversation with Chairman Pitts, and he said, when I was retiring from KPMG, he said, why don't you come down and join the county? And I said, I don't know what the county does, except I get this tax bill from this guy Ferdinand once a year. But I'd love to come down and learn. And what I learned is that Fulton County impacts the 1.2 million citizens of Fulton County in a way that we can't imagine. And in some cases, it's working with our seniors and working with others in behavioral health. In other cases, it's when you have to respond to an emergency, such as 911 and emergency management services. So for me, it's certainly been one of the more fulfilling aspects of my career. I want to thank the public safety team that I've had the opportunity and the honor to work with. Also want to thank the technology organization, and also want to thank the justice partners who I spent a lot of time working on a number of initiatives. Working at Fulton County has been one of the more rewarding aspects of my career, and I really appreciate the opportunity to make a contribution as part of public service. So thank you very much, and thank you for the proclamation.
Please continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 4, public hearings. 240466, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers in Assembly Hall.
How many speakers?
We have received 8 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk, Paul Hershey, L.A. Pink, Mike Russell, Charles Rambo,
All right, when you have 15 seconds, as always, I'll say 15 seconds, and that's your clue to begin to terminate your remarks.
Yes, sir. Good morning, honorable members of the Board of Commission. My name is Cassandra Kirk. I serve as the Chief Magistrate Judge of Fulton County. It's an honor to stand before you today to update you on the status of your magistrate court. I rise today asking for thoughtful consideration as you deliberate on the implications of the proposed millage rate, the budget soundings, and how it will impact justice in Fulton County. Additionally, I request full funding of our 10 ORCA staff members, team members. Our ORCA employees have been instrumental in providing efficient and effective service to our team and to our constituents. Since 2015, our court has received over 634,000 case files. By December 2023, we have closed over 593,000 of them. We began 2024 with 41,000 open cases, with 12,000 of those being landlord-tenant. Working with our magistrate team, our landlord-tenant stakeholder working group, we reduced those cases to 2,800 by June 2024. And this year, we have processed over 6,500 writs, including 400 over the 4th of July weekend. Let's talk ORCA. We began ORCA December 6, 2021 count with 39,000 cases. By May 7th, the last time we received the official count, that number was reduced to 3,600. This success occurred as we continue to operate 24/7, 365 electronic warrants, 6 days a week, first appearance, and maintain 6 to 8 calendar days with a hearing schedule that allows parties to be respected and have their day in court. I want to talk about 3 pieces of legislation that will significantly impact our court: SB 63, HB 1017, and HB 404. Each of these have the potential to increase the length of first appearance,
15 seconds.
include 1,200 new cases on our landlord-tenant track, and lengthen the time for court. I thank you for your consideration as you look at the proposed changes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Hirsch. You're going to have to excuse me this morning. I'm not used to wearing glasses. Number 1 is items 240471, 0472, and 0473 on elections. My recommendation to this board is to table those items. Why? You've got 142 issues coming from the State Board of Election that Fulton County hasn't done a thing about. When are you going to stop spending our money for this kind of stuff? Those things should be recognized, reconciled, and brought forward and cleaned up prior to any money being spent for elections in Fulton County. And the bottom line is, if you're doing anything, you're not doing anything with your fiduciary responsibility. 040408, that motion should be looked at and evaluated, and the protocol and procedure for committees and any task force should be also addressed through the public for their input. 040404, which is the the procurement of any procurement from constitutional or staff positions in Fulton County should be using that protocol, and again, that's required. And if you look at 040446, which is the malfeasance in the clerk's office, you've got 1,200 squatters in homes right now that Fulton County isn't doing a damn thing about. Then you've got foreclosures that are taking place with false documents that are being run through the clerk.
15 seconds.
And my recommendation is using a third-party administrator to do that investigation, because an internal investigation will be crooked, like everything else in Fulton County. Use a third party to do it.
Good morning, my name is Mike Russell, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to keep saying it, calling for a full investigation and a forensic audit into the cult of corruption, starting with the DA's office and the sheriff. If you guys aren't going to give us 4 votes to start an investigation, at least tell us why you don't want to have an investigation. Tell us why you won't look into why the DA and the sheriff refused to allow the grand jury into the jail as required under Georgia law. Tell us why you've dropped the issue of the sheriff's pimp mobile. Tell us why you're not protecting the whistleblowers when the DA's office spent that money that should have gone to youth for swag. Please give us some answer as to why we cannot get an investigation. You had a private firm come in here and tell you that these offices were at high risk for misuse of funds, but nothing's been done. Why? The question everybody has is why? Now we're talking about raising our taxes again when you guys did not do what you said you were going to do last year and be better stewards of our money. So please, I'm asking you again for 4 votes this morning to start an investigation to find out why this malfeasance has gone unanswered. And if you can't do it, send a letter to the governor, send a letter to the attorney general, call the Justice Department. Please do something for the residents of Fulton County. And what Paul was saying about the elections, we spend more money in Fulton County on elections than any other county in the state. Even when you do it per capita, what we spend per person in Fulton County is ridiculous. And we're the laughingstock of the nation when it comes to elections. When are we going to fix that?
15 seconds.
So I'm asking you again, let's have an investigation, let's have a forensic audit, and starting with the sheriff and the DA so that we can recover some of those funds that they've spent.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues. My name is Judge Kenya Johnson with the Fulton County Probate Court. I come to you to ask for your reconsideration of the procurement process and duties of constitutional officers that you all are considering today. As a reminder, constitutional officers serve as the bare bones of county government. You can't have county government without the tax commissioner, the sheriff, the clerk, and the judge. The General Assembly has empowered constitutional officers to conduct the jobs that the citizens have elected them to do. And each of your current constitutional officers won their elections by landslides. By limiting the spending authority of constitutional officers, Fulton County runs the risk of constitutional challenges and opens the county up to certain litigation, which has already been decided in favor of constitutional officers around this state. The Supreme Court has cautioned Board of Commissioners to not attempt to indirectly exercise their authority, their fiscal authority, and their control of county property, and they should not do that. Simply put, you cannot establish a system where spending the decisions of constitutional officers requires approval. We simply ask that you reconsider the costly consequences of enacting this legislation and avoid the constitutional challenges that are certain to come. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Once again, good morning, political gangbangers. We stand here today as I watch Chief Magistrate Judge Cassandra Kirk come up and speak to all of you bangers. It just floors me that y'all don't have no eye contact with her. So y'all have no eye contact and no connection to the community. We clearly see that what your judges and what the different people come down here and say, unless it's your Sheriff LaButts or your Funny Willises on Grey Goose getting loose, anybody can get it, Jezebel come down here asking for money, then we can get some attention. See, we need attention when anybody comes here to speak to you, because this is the reason why we say we're after your jobs. Because you come here and you're eating, I know you're high, but you're eating and you're talking and you're in your phones and you're doing everything but paying attention to those that even work for you. I'm walking down the hall, they asked me to ask y'all for a raise. Why y'all asking for tax increases? Give them more money. Because when they come down here and they speak to you for the problems that they're having in this building that you can fix, you ain't even giving no attention to them. Then y'all say, we coming down here and putting on a show. We coming down here and we're acting. This ain't no damn act. This is a call for action. And you was onto it. You right now got somebody sitting inside your jail for 5 years. You said that there was a judge playing golf. And this same judge now have set a young man's bond back, his bond hearing back. October
15 seconds.
the 9th is his day to be in court. She said his hearing, his bond hearing for 5 years for October the 6th. This is a massacre.
Last 3 speakers in Assembly Hall, Brian Allen, Maggie McCullum, and Dwan Robinson.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Charles Rambo, a 34-year veteran of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Pitts, I really specifically wanted to address you this morning in the comments that you made about the need for some bold ideas and real leadership moving into this jail project that is obviously missing from conversation from the 9th floor across the street. As you're moving forward today to think about how you're going to address the 3 facilities, Alpharetta, South Annex, as well as the main jail, I want you all to take into consideration that, yes, it is your responsibility by statute to fix the jail, but it is also the sheriff's statutory responsibility for internal order and discipline that has been missing, particularly over the past 3 years, but also as well into other administrations as well. That's the reason why you saw wheelbarrows full of shanks or what have you coming, because as Joe would be able to tell you, and I'm not bringing him into my conversation, I'm speaking of something matter of fact. When the MEP project was going on at the time, when we were in the consent decree, that man took a great deal of leadership to work with us in our CompStat unit in making sure that we brought you one thing, and that was a maintenance request that could have alleviated a lot of issues there at the jail. Next, most important is that I heard last week that a judge came over and asked that you guys will consider increasing the state court judges. Increase those judges so that you can take that into the $2 billion worth of consideration that will alleviate this overcrowding and avoid another era of mass incarceration.
15 seconds.
And last but not least, there is one constitutional officer that did not win by a landslide. And I say that because of this at this moment is that there still is a challenge on that. And I don't want it to get buried because that narrative otherwise is being. I appreciate your comments.
Hello, my name is Brian Allen, Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Fulton County, District 3 resident. I recently learned about Ms. Woolard resigning. I would just like to urge you to use good judgment as you look for a new chair of the Board of Registration and Elections, while keeping in mind that early voting starts in roughly 3 months. Whoever you pick needs to be both competent and also avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. They're also going to need to be able to handle the pressure. I don't think I need to tell you that a lot of people are going to be watching Fulton County very closely during the general election this year, but maybe I should tell you that it won't just be Democrats and Republicans. Third parties and independents are going to be watching as well. We have a vested interest in making sure that there is a free and fair election that runs smoothly and with maximum transparency while protecting the privacy of citizens. Things like misplacing memory cards or voters not seeing the right names on ballots really is never acceptable, but it's especially important that they not happen this fall. I would like to emphasize the privacy aspect as well, since I don't think it gets enough attention. Article 2, Section 1, Paragraph 1, the Georgia Constitution states that elections by the people shall be by secret ballot. To be clear, I'm not accusing anyone of wanting to violate that provision on purpose, but considering the cyber attack and everything else that's been going on, I just wanted to give a reminder because it's important. If people are worried that their votes might become public, it could impact how they vote, and if people's votes actually did become public, it could have serious problems. In short, I just want you all to take this election seriously and rise above partisanship to make sure it's run properly. Putting in the effort now will save you a whole lot of trouble later. Thank you for the time and attention.
Morning. My name is Maggie McCullum. I've been a resident for 4 decades in Fulton County. I'm in District 4. I pay taxes. I voted, and I contributed to my community. I speak for myself and others. Like me, many seniors on a fixed income. I recently applied for home repairs for Fulton County. I also mentioned it to Chairman Pitts about the process that it took, the name, the process, your name, your address, no response, a waiting list, no call back, apply online, Meals on Wheels, block grants. It's to my understanding a part of affordable housing strategy includes assisting seniors with costly repairs. We've been made and affected by the new development that are in our community. We know that the funds are allocated for us, but it's scarce and limited. I read articles about the entitlement dollars and how much money is returned. No one wants to read about seniors losing their homes, no having heat strokes, no air conditioning, mold from bad roof, property taxes going up, violation, home repairs, the 3.7% already high taxes. It's a revolution out here. Don't tell me about no revolution. Time to talk it over. It's time to implement and time to to make a change. Stop talking and lead the way. As I close, be a Moses today in 1 Timothy 2:1-2. Speak on behalf of neighborhoods.
15
I
seconds.
come with empty hands, but high hopes. I lift up you in prayer. God's burden with concerns of the needy people. Thank you for listening and considering my speech.
Good morning, board. To my white brothers and sisters, this is not a black issue. This tax situation, now you're not gonna hear from your tax commissioner Ferdinand for the next 4 years. You ain't seen his ass till I ran against him, and you're not gonna see him again. Ms. Rottman, I really would like for you to offer and ask for a forensic audit from the tax commissioner office and the tax assessor office. So when I say this not a white and black thing, Mr. Bob Ellis, Ms. Dana Barrett, and Ms. Thorne, and to all my white folks in here, including Dick Anderson, who's not here, y'all know what's going on with this tax commissioner and tax assessor office. So we can act like, hey, it's a black thing, but it's not, it's a human thing. People are losing their homes. Unfortunately, white folks losing their homes as well. We cannot continue to move like this. We cannot. Silence is betrayal. Mr. Arrington, we live in Martin Luther King. We want to quote King, Miss Natalie Hall when it's convenient, but who gonna daggone live it? We know we gotta say something. We gotta stop this, man. It's ridiculous. Like, y'all know this. Like, it's ridiculous, man. Everything else people talk about, I'm not so much in tune with that. But with people losing their homes, like y'all let this man come down here and say that seniors are not losing their home because of him. That's a darn lie, man. Come on, man. Like, we have to give a forensic audit. When he say he's done nothing wrong, he got his own people auditing him. A forensic audit will show what they're doing in the tax commissioner office and the tax assessor office. You don't not have enough tax assessor, Ms. Barrett, to properly assess people's homes. Over 1 million people live in Fulton County. That office is not equipped to properly assess. It's going up every year. $2,000, $3,000 a year is going up.
15
with no rhyme
seconds.
or reason. Come on, man. Like, we got to do something about it. At some point, we got to be decent human beings at some point. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 17 speakers on Zoom.
17.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is M.L. Boone.
Morning, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I am sorry that Chairman Pitts seemed to be disappointed in the number of speakers, but I would think that's a good thing, and I hope you all would welcome that. I just want to express my strong opposition to the proposed tax increase, and I would also oppose any additional funding going toward the construction of this massive jail project, this new jail that the sheriff is proposing. I am adamantly against it as a tax-paying citizen in Fulton County and a voter in every election. And again, I would just, for the record, put my position on record as being against any tax increase. I want to also just point out one additional item, commissioners, and that is over the last 6 to 9 months, I have been noticing around Fulton County, the sheriff's office using unmarked patrol vehicles in violation of Georgia state law. According to Georgia law, patrol units involved in traffic enforcement are required by the state to be marked vehicles with markings on the side as well as flashing blue and red lights. And the sheriff's office, I have pictures of this, the sheriff's office has been violating this law willfully, using vehicles that are either unmarked or what they describe as stealth vehicles. These are patrol units with markings that are barely visible. The markings are, in most cases, the same color or very light color than the actual vehicle paint itself. And so this is in violation of both the spirit and the letter of the law here in Georgia.
Right.
And I think we're setting ourselves up for a Ferguson type situation, because if you're being stopped in cars, you have no way of knowing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next person to speak is Carrie Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to voice my concerns about raising the Fulton County taxes. Property values keep going up, and it's been increasingly harder for families to make ends meet. We have a growing unhoused population, and that is a challenging issue to solve. I'd hate to see it keep growing because housing costs are too much for the average person to bear. Another thing that goes hand in hand with this topic are considerations to the homestead exemption. The current homestead exemption is quite low. I urge Fulton County to expand this exemption so that homeowners can have a relief, as having property taxes increase will have a negative impact on our economy and will increase the unhoused population. When it comes to the jail, yes, we do need a new jail. However, there are other revenue streams that we can use instead of looking to property taxes to fund this. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Anna Valdez. Anna Valdez. I'm sorry, the next person to speak is Andrew Sheldon. Andrew Sheldon. The next person to speak is Archie Wright. Archie Wright. The next person to speak is Catherine Smith. Catherine Smith. The next person to speak is Glenn Fauntleroy. Glenn Fauntleroy. Next person to speak is Jay Jackson. Jay Jackson. The next person to speak is Leeton Williams. Leeton Williams.
Good morning, it's Leighton Williams. Thank you. I just would like to reiterate the comments about the tax increase and the instability of people being able to pay their taxes with the continuing increase. You should be getting plenty with the increase in the value of the homes without increasing the millage rate. I also want to express my frustration with the situation with Fannie Willis and the DA's office, as well as the elections in Fulton County, which make us a laughing stock, not only of the state and the country, but the world. Thank you.
The next person to speak is John Barnes. John Barnes. The next person to speak is Lorena Boots. Lorena Boots. The next person to speak is M. Moss. M. Moss. The next person to speak is Shanteria N. Shanteria N. The next person to speak is Raghavan Minisandran. Raghavan Minisandran.
Excuse me, Chairman. Are we having an issue with our website? There seem to be quite a bit of individuals that are absent from their names being called. I just want to make sure if we are having some type of issue that the public knows.
And this concludes our Zoom public comments.
Good morning, Commissioner. Yeah, we are having an intermittent outage with our county website this morning. However, those users were on the Zoom link to speak. So we have also communicated out links to the meeting via our social media platforms this morning.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted the public to know that those individuals were on Zoom as their name was being called. I can't remember that in my 4 years of being here, those many people to not speak up when their name is being called. So I just want to make sure publicly that people know that we do have an issue, but they were on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 4, 240467, Finance, Fiscal Year 2024 General Fund Millage Rate Public Hearing. We have received 7 speakers here in Assembly Hall. Would 7 speakers please come forward? Chief Judge Cassandra Kirk, L.A. Pink, Mike Russell, Paul Hershey, Brian Allen, Maggie McCullough, and Ron Bracewell.
All right, this is the fiscal year 2024 general fund millage rate public hearing. Public hearing is now open. First speaker. Come on up, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm still Brian Allen, Vice Chair of Libertarian Party, Fulton County.
This is the public hearing on the 2024 budget.
Yes. The millage rate.
Millage rate, sorry.
District 3 resident.
Correction. Thank you.
I'm happy to see there's no proposed millage rate increase this year. Increasing the rate on taxpayers just because Fulton County government made some inaccurate assumptions or because this board doesn't want to control its spending would have been pretty outrageous. Make no mistake, though, keeping the rate flat is still a tax increase as property values have gone up. I would be remiss if I did not point out that an increase in property value doesn't necessarily come along with an increase in income, and this would increase the burden on those living on fixed incomes the hardest. I would encourage you to actually lower the rate and provide relief to taxpayers. Despite some claims that have been going around that the economy is great, people are still feeling the very real price increases. During the presentation from last meeting, one of the proposals was to, quote, freeze new spending in fiscal year 2025 and review non-recurring items in the fiscal year 2024 budget to determine which of them are critical to the operations of the county and unavoidable. unquote. That's something y'all really should be doing anyway, just as a matter of course, and it shouldn't be limited to non-recurring items either. Fulton County is spending way more money than it needs to be spending. I think you'll find that there are a lot of things you could keep throwing money at, or in fact not critical, or at least not critical for the government to be doing. As a reminder, government is inherently inefficient. It is incapable of allocating resources according to the actual demonstrated preferences of the people the way that the market can. Money that you take away from people in the form of taxes is money that isn't going towards what they actually want it going towards. I hope you'll keep that in mind, vote to lower the millage rate, and then make the cuts that you can definitely make, even if it might upset certain special interests. Thank you for your time and attention.
Our next speaker.
Paul Hershey. The first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to commend this board for keeping the millage rate consistent and straightforward. Except for two members of the council, Commissioners Barrington and Aaron, think that they ought to be, the citizens of their Fulton County ought to be hammered twice. And what am I talking about? The assessed value of home values in Fulton County were being assessed by Fulton County at 40%. All right? But the real estate value for sales has only increased from 2023 to 2024, 2.5% or 3%. So where are you getting the assessed value with an increase of 25%? It's not making sense. Something's wrong somewhere. But you guys, I commend you for holding the millage rate down and straight. But the bottom line is you need to look at the tax assessor and find out what the hell they're doing, because something's wrong somewhere. The state of California had this problem when I lived there. You guys are creating it again. So you need to sit back and look at your procedure and your protocol. Something is wrong. And the other side of the coin is you need to do a complete financial audit of Fulton County. I'm a poor old dumb Marine, and I can find $71 million in your budget that's being overspent. There's something wrong somewhere. Somebody needs to look at it. And Barrett and Arrington, you need to grow up and realize that your constituents are living on fixed income, and you can't double tax them. And don't tell me about fiscal responsibility.
15
because neither
seconds.
one of you has seen the football since kickoff. Have a good day.
Maggie McCullum, again, I come before you, and I want to look each and every one of you in your eyes. It is hard for seniors to pay bills and to actually do a tax hike with already medical bills. Just trying to eat. Come on, you all. You may be able to afford it, but I'm a senior. I'm having a problem with it. And I don't need any more taxes. We're going to be taxed into the graves. I know you all have parents, some are alive and some are not. But think of us to be a parent if we were your parents and we were struggling. It's hard enough. Everything is sky high. They building everything around us. We can't even get any improvement in our homes just to try to keep up, just to try to be comfortable. We need to be comfortable while we live. We have paid taxes many years. We've been here when the newcomers are just beginning. We've been here. We put you where you are today. We vote. Think about it. We will be voting shortly.
15 seconds.
And thank you for listening. And I pray that you be a Moses today to think of somebody else besides yourself when you're voting.
Well, once again, we stand before you, and after receiving several calls from our working homeless, it shames for me for what they think, that this could possibly be a money laundering scam for those that is asking for this to be brought forth. They say that this could be the recipe of a war taking place. Because who could this possibly help? It cannot help those that are on fixed incomes. As you spoke to our elders, and a lot of them come up here and speak. Y'all don't understand, we are the voice for the voiceless. I keep telling you this. We're not up here because of you. We're up here because of your job. And when your job is not being fulfilled by the community that we have to serve, then we have to come and see you. Because some elders can't come like the one before me. Some can't come up here because they're in wheelchairs. They're on oxygen tanks. They can't move. So when you see me up here, know that they've sent me. Know that there's a calling for me to be here. And that I won't stop until everyone in this building, this whole entire building, and I hope that this continue to go out, that we're not just coming before the commissioner board. We're not just coming before the city council board. We are coming for anybody that is operating with the crooks and the corruption that is in this entire building, from top to bottom. So when our elders call, we're coming.
15 seconds.
You know, we pay some of the highest taxes, if not the highest taxes in the state of Georgia. Can anybody say that we have the best services in the state of Georgia? I don't think so. And apparently these taxes are not important to Mr. Arrington because he's always on his phone. He's not paying attention to the people who put him in office. And we're not going to forget that on Election Day. What she said about seniors, I have a lady down the street from me that has no indoor plumbing in her house in Atlanta, Georgia. She can't afford another dime in taxes. And I don't care what kind of scheme you use with the millage rate or the assessment rate, if it's going to cost these senior citizens another dime in property taxes, it is a tax increase, and you need to vote against it. Whatever form Arrington and Barrett come up with, you need to vote against it if it's going to cost anybody in Fulton County an extra dime in their taxes. You guys promised us last year that you were going to fix this, that you were going to come up with savings. Where are the savings? We haven't had this audit of the jail. We know that the sheriff has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, not the least of which was his pimp mobile for $200K. We know the same thing with Fonnie Willis. We know that Mr. Arrington was out taking luxury trips with the sheriff to Martha's Vineyard and everywhere else in America, to no benefit of the taxpayers in this county. Why do we not, as has been suggested many times, have a professional assessment of commercial properties in this county the same way the banks do it when they want to determine how much a property's worth, and not some dude with a clipboard? I've been told that the airplanes out at the airport are not properly taxed. Why not? Where's the study on that?
15
we
seconds.
don't need additional taxes in this county. It's going to put people on the street. We have record foreclosures. Do the right thing. Hold the taxes where they are, not one dime more to this county till you guys get your act together.
My name is Ron Bracewell. I'll be quick on this one right now. I can tell you that practically everybody is against a tax increase. Right here, is that better? Much better. I was just going to go on a tangent right there and no one would have heard. Well, I can tell you that practically everybody is against any form of a tax increase. Everybody is. But there's some people that just can't do it. Some people can't handle it right now, and I think that's what needs to be taken into consideration here. And I can speak for my neighbors. Whenever I tell them about this coming up, they're disappointed. They just can't be here right now to voice their opinion. So I ask you to not increase the taxes. Just don't do it. It's just real simple. Just don't do it. Because Fulton County can do better. We are the best. We need to do the best. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have one speaker on Zoom.
Commissioners, the person on Zoom is M.L. Boone. M.L. Boone. Okay. I'm getting no response, so I believe that will do it.
All right. Anyone else? All right, that completes the fiscal year 2024 general fund millage rate public hearing. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Presentations to the board, 240453, Invest Atlanta briefing.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Eloisa Clementich, proud president and CEO at Invest Atlanta, and we're going to be nice and brief. If anybody has questions, let us know. I've asked Jennifer to highlight just some of the projects and give you an update on our tax allocation district. And thank you for your continual support. Jennifer.
Thank you. Do I forward the slides or they? Just say next slide. Next slide, please. Good morning. Again, I'm Jennifer Fine with Invest Atlanta. And I just want to briefly share with you some of the projects that have been approved for TAD funding by Invest Atlanta so far in 2024. These are projects that will house residents of Fulton County. They will be locations for jobs and locations for necessary services in communities within Fulton County and the city of Atlanta. This slide, just pretty obvious. It shows where all of the city's 9 TADs are. In relation to Fulton County. And you can see anticipated closure dates as well. Next slide, please. So far in 2024, we have allocated about a little bit over $13 million, awarded to 11 projects in 4 TADs, representing a wide variety of project types and location. In addition to this $13 million, of TAD funding, that leverages an additional $157 million in private investment into Fulton County. These projects, as you can see on here, represent the creation of 555 total housing units, of which 486 will be affordable for at least 20 years. Most of our projects have a 30-year affordability term, which is important to point out. With area median income ranges between 30% and 80%. So that's very important when we're using TAD dollars, which we consider to be one of the most sought after financing tools because it is a grant. That gives us opportunity to leverage as much as we can on the affordability term as well as the level of area median income. Next slide, please. This just shows the location of those 11 projects throughout the county and the city of Atlanta. Next slide, please. This is a handout takeaway for you if you want to deep dive into any of the projects. Shows specific details for all of them, financing, number of units, square footage, developer, location, and dates. And happy to discuss in any detail if you want at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. I think I have 3 slides to show a few projects. Again, this is really the heart at what we do. These are the places, again, where people are going to live and work and get services. So it's important to know where these TAD dollars are being used. So the top slide shows a new construction of a multifamily development in the Chosewood neighborhood, immediately south of the Beltline Southside Trail. $3 million Beltline TAD grant was awarded to the development team. As part of this $84 million investment. The project will create 200 units and additionally 15,000 square feet of commercial space. 160 of these units will be restricted at 60% of area median income. Super important to this project is that the property, the land, will be leased by Atlanta Housing for 75 years. So that means that affordability on the residential and the commercial side is baked in at least for that 75 years. That is kind of a tool that we use at Invest Atlanta and Atlanta Housing to get long-term affordability by ground leasing the land instead of selling. Project on the bottom is a smaller infill development in the English Avenue neighborhood. This is 24 units by the West Side Future Fund, which was awarded a $640,000 West Side TAD grant earlier in the year. We anticipate that this project will be done with construction in mid-2025. Next slide, please. Thank you. Image on top is a project called Lewis Crossing in Castleberry Hill neighborhood, immediately adjacent to Mercedes-Benz Stadium. $1 million West Side TAD grant was awarded for this new construction of 50 multifamily units. Again, with income, with rents ranging and restricted from 50% to 80% of area median income. And the project on the bottom is just adjacent to where we are right now, Trinity United Methodist Church across from City Hall. $2 million East Side TAD grant was awarded to repurpose the property that would allow the church to continue doing the things that it does, the services and the services that it provides. But it will repurpose the sanctuary and build a residential tower to create 54 housing units for residents ages 55 plus. 48 of those units will be restricted at area median incomes of between 30 and 80%. Next slide, please. This one should be my last one. The top slide is a project we're really proud of. This is Garson Drive multifamily, which will have direct access to the Beltline Northeast Trail. This is a piece of property that was acquired by ABI, the Beltline, in anticipation of building the actual construction of the Beltline, potential future transit, and affordable multifamily and commercial. So this property went through an RFP process last year and was awarded to a developer. So this will be a $60 million new construction project that will build 130 multifamily housing units, all restricted between 50 and 80% of area median income. Per Beltline rules and requirements, it will have 10,000 square feet of affordable commercial as well. It received a Beltline TAD pre-development loan from Invest Atlanta, as well as a $3 million Beltline TAD grant and tax-exempt bond financing, so layering all the tools to drive affordability. And lastly, the project at the bottom on a different spectrum of scale is the City of Refuge Transformation Center in the historic West End Heights Bankhead neighborhood. This is new construction on a vacant lot. When complete, it will be 37,000 square feet of mixed-use space, including 25 housing units and about 8,000 square feet of commercial and amenity space at ground level, which we're really encouraged by. Typically, when we see developments like this, they'll be single use, but we think it's important to have that mix of use at a neighborhood scale. Potential use includes a small grocer and a credit union or some sort of banking institution. And all of these units, all 25, will be restricted for folks who earn between 30 and 80% of area median income. That might be my last slide. Next slide, please. I think that is. All right, so happy to answer any questions. I know that was pretty quick, or maybe not quick, depending on how interested you are. But yeah, we can go into any more detail that you might want.
Commissioner Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Do you have, and I know we had received a report at our last meeting that the estimated the tax increment of Fulton County taxes that would be coming to us to consideration for spending for Fulton County government and governmental services that will not be routing to us, but instead will be routing to TADS. That number for 2024 was you had a number, I believe, that's 63 million, 65 million?
Yes, sir, before the effective appeals.
What was the number?
I believe it was 63 million and some change.
So $63 million. So I think that's important. This topic is very little understood by, I think, by our citizens and our taxpayers, that the taxpayer money that you pay with your property tax bills, seniors and otherwise, gets redirected, portions of it, in this case, $63 million that would come to, otherwise come to the Fulton County for meeting budgetary needs like jail, et cetera, gets rediverted into these TADs, and the funds are spent, through these particular entities. So collectively, do you know, and it struck me in terms of the enormity of some of the dollars of this when I saw that the Atlanta Beltline TAD's budget for this coming year was, I believe, $155 million. Was that correct?
I'd have to check. They just presented last month.
Okay. Well, if the news reports are correct, it was $155 million. And just to put that in perspective, and I know we have one of our mayors out here in the audience, not his city, but the general fund budget for the city of South Fulton is $101 million. So these are significant dollars that are going into these tax allocation districts. So collectively, do you have a figure for total property tax revenues that are being diverted into the TADs for 2024? If it's 63 and these come from 3 entities that are redirected of city taxes, school taxes, and county government taxes. Do you have a total figure for what 2024 is? Is that 150 million, 100?
So she's right. So
Okay.
we would know what that is in audited terms for 2023.
Right.
I don't have it with me, but we have
Okay.
it, and I can, as soon as I get back, I can
Okay.
get it to you. 2024, we would have a handle on what's been collected thus far, but
Okay.
it's in process, still unaudited, but yeah,
Do you have a rough idea of what you think the 2023 number was?
of the Fulton County portion that
No,
went
just
into that?
collectively, Fulton County portion, Fulton APS, and Atlanta City of Atlanta.
Yeah, the financial document that I brought today doesn't get at that level of detail.
Okay.
So I don't want to speak out of turn, but we
Okay.
provided that the last time, so we
Yeah.
have the information, so.
I think it would be important every time you present to us to have that in front of us,
Sure.
because, I mean, these are the citizens that are paying for these bills, to listen to it. And while, the projects that are being talked about are interesting, I think the perspective in terms of the alternatives to which that presents, in terms of these funds being routed here versus being routed to cities, schools, county government for services, is something I think we're potentially sort of not having as healthy a debate about as we should. Now, my second question, financial related, is we have a number of TADs in the city of Atlanta, a number of them that are annotated, I believe, in one of the slides. And this relates to sort of closure of TADs. In the Atlantic Station TAD, these have estimated closure dates on a number of these, and I'm interested in particularly in the Atlantic Station TAD and when that is going to close, when we should plan on it closing, could the potential date be accelerated for closure of that TAD, given sort of the significant increases that we've seen in terms of, property tax values and so forth?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. Based on this conversation and conversation we've had at City Council, we've done everything we can to expedite the closure of Atlantic Station TAD. We, at this point, expect it to close or be able to pay off all the debt by December of this year. So it could then take action, therefore, after we paid off the debt.
So December of 2024.
That's correct.
What was the plan that we had assumed in terms of our financial modeling, in terms of when the Atlantic Station TAD would close and we would start to see those increments flow back to the county?
In 2025.
In 2025 for the full year?
Yes.
Okay. So when will there be certainty around, so this impacts us really from a planning standpoint, when will there be certainty around the closure of the Atlantic Station TAD?
I'll get back to my CFO to get confirmation, but that's what, last conversation I had was December of 2024.
Okay.
So I'll just loop back so they can look at taxes just to ensure that we have enough to cover the debt in that
Okay.
tab.
The use of quite often in the presentation, there's use of the term affordable. And that word probably has multiple meanings to multiple people. So in terms of an affordable unit, as detailed in these 486 affordable units, what does that mean in terms of, real dollars for people?
Yeah.
Yeah. The table? I mean, that's a great comment and question because it varies and affordable is relative to who. So the affordable level, the AMI level that we talk about is an annual, it comes from HUD every year.
Sorry, Jennifer, I don't mean to cut you off. Okay, so what that means is when Jennifer talks about 30 to 80% AMI, what we do is we take the HUD schedule. So that's someone who earns $21,000. We're creating affordable housing for someone who earns anywhere from $21,000 a year up to $57,000 a year. That's 30 to 80% in terms of salary. I think that's what you're asking for, right, Commissioner?
Well, I mean, I guess, what's the range of an outlay for rent for an affordable unit? I mean, I'm pretty sure these are rentable units, not ownable units.
So that would be someone who, the rent would be $536 a month for a
Okay.
30% unit, and if it was an 80%, it'd be $1,430. But someone at 30% AMI would pay a rent of $536.
536 to 1,400 is sort of the range. And all of the units, as you describe these projects, these are all rental units
Yeah.
or not?
So for the most part, the number that I presented today and continue to present,
Right.
they're mostly going to be multifamily because
Right.
that's what we do more of. But we do also provide TAD financing for single-family affordable homeownership opportunities. And I have some numbers on the top of my head because we're presenting it to our board in a couple days. So I won't name the project in case it doesn't get approved, but just to give you some context. We are working to try to provide single-family homeownership opportunities at 60% of area median income, which is really, really challenging and really difficult. Typically, that's a person who earns no more than $42,000 a year. Typically, when we're doing affordable single-family, we're in the 80% to 100% of area median income range. But right now, we're trying to focus on 60%, and that is a sales price of about $175,000 for in this case, these are 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses for about $175,000. That's around the 60% of area median income range.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Vice Chair Abdu-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for the work that you do. As I look over the list, I see quite a bit of these projects are in my district. I want to kind of make sure that I paint a picture of what we're dealing with, especially what we're dealing with here in Fulton County and in the city of Atlanta, because I am a resident of both. We have 3 different corporations, and feel free to correct me. We have 3 different corporations that own a very large segment of housing here, which has disappropriately affected, especially my district as well as others. You have individuals that have minimum wage jobs that are trying to find rental. They're trying to live the American dream of home ownership, and they are competing with individuals who have taken the market share, and that's relative to who you talk to, and have driven up the price and the requirements of what needs to be done. And so we have to simultaneously have an attack plan for that. We have a overwhelming homeless population, but what I particularly am passionate about is the hidden homeless. We have individuals that are in the hotels. We have individuals that are in someone's home, in their basement, on their sofa. I get the calls daily. So I appreciate the work that you all do, but I want to publicly say that you all can't do it by yourself. okay? We have to find a way to redefine affordable housing, because like you said, it is relative to the person. Now, one person may be able to afford $537 and another one can't. And so I just want to set the perspective. I know that we are looking at the money that the taxpaying citizens, ultimately, it is the taxpaying citizen money, but down the road, it still has a benefit if it's going to fight homelessness, if it's going to fight individuals that are paying to live in a hotel versus living in a home that they can be in and absolutely affect their way of life. And so even if we look at it down the road, we need to look at how we can increase what you all are doing. Now, having said that, I want you to speak on it if you can. I'm beginning to get calls in my office about some tax help that you all are getting certain communities. And I don't want to misspeak about it, but I think it's important since I have you here, because I was going to reach out to you anyway, if you could speak to it and let individuals know. I don't know if there's a time frame, but I understand it's for the seniors. And so could you please speak to that, please?
So want to say thank you, Commissioner. We've really tried to look at this from a holistic, not only providing affordable, what can we do to ensure people can stay in their home, and then how do we continue to attract more affordable housing in the city. So the program specifically that you're referencing is our anti-displacement program. We're launching a pilot program in the south of the city, and what it will do is what it does is it creates a ceiling for the resident. So for example, if the resident currently pays $100 in taxes, then they would go and register with our entity, and what will happen is as their taxes go up to $150 or $200, they will continue for the next 20 years to pay their $100 in taxes, creating for them a ceiling, and they go to the fund for the additional $100, so that the taxing jurisdictions continue to receive the amount of taxes owed, but we are not creating further burdens on some of our seniors that are on fixed income. And so that's the program that will be open. We're going right now, we're taking people through what the process, what documents they need to fill out, and then we will open up the application cycle for about a month, and they will have to submit their documents, and then we'll begin the process. But what it does is it creates a ceiling for the individual. We're targeting seniors, head of household, disabled, veterans, individuals in this pilot program. I will mention that there are other 2 programs that exist like this, and that's along the Beltline, and it also is in the West Side. So we have 3 of these programs existing in the city.
And so you mentioned that it's a pilot program right now. Depending on the success of it, I'm hoping that we will try to see if we can roll it out in the entire county. But one of the things that I am receiving calls about is they are not sure, for one, whether their community, because it is a pilot, it is in front of some communities as opposed to others, and they need to know why. So I'll just ask if you could just make sure you get that information to my office, because when I speak to the citizens, I want to speak with authority and correctness, because I think it's a great program. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'll just in brief answer the question. The reality is that we can't use public dollars to finance the difference, so it really has been philanthropic raised. So the reason for the pilot is so as to get started with the program. As I can fundraise more money, then we'll be able to do the program much more wider.
Well, I appreciate the work that you all do, and I know that it affects my district, but we have a very serious issue, especially in the city, with homelessness, hidden homelessness, those that are working. I mean, I know couples that are working and they cannot get out of hotels. They cannot get out of rooming houses. And so the work that you're doing, yes, I will hold your feet to the fire. You know I will. We've had our conversations. But we've got to have that kind of work if we are going to attack the homelessness and the underhoused in the city as well as the county. So thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, it sounds like you're doing kind of a senior tax break or something, pilot program?
Yeah, we call it we're freeze. We're not.
A freeze,
Like
okay.
I would say a ceiling because of these taxes still are being taxed, but they will not pay more than their certain amount once they reach the program.
Well, it sounds like a great program. I'm only familiar with Invest Atlanta with dealing with TADS, so you do all the other stuff as well with money. You raise money to help the seniors. I understand you also are distributing money to businesses that were affected by the latest water issue as well. So you guys wear a lot of hats down there helping the people of Atlanta.
That's correct.
With that being said, I'm really excited. The Garson Drive project, I think that's right next door to my church. So I'm excited about having opportunity to maybe serve there. City of Refuge, that's a passion of mine, volunteering and donating to. So also I know that's going to be a great project down the road. But the 63 million, I believe, and it was a 16.7% or somewhere increase over last year of Fulton County tax dollars going into these projects. We don't have any TADs up in my district, up actually in all of North Fulton. Is there representation on your board for people outside of the Atlanta area? Or on your board, is it strictly all Atlanta people?
It would only be for the city. We represent the city of Atlanta, our
Okay.
jurisdiction.
So that 63 million that's going in there is totally decided by people from the city of Atlanta, even though it's Fulton County tax dollars. Commissioner,
Commissioner
you're
Barrett sits on our
but she lives in Atlanta.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was just wondering if there's any outside interest, because as someone who's outside, but yet my constituents are all contributing to these TADs for decades, but having no voice in any say in how Fulton County taxes are being spent.
I will say that the the funds that come out will only raise within the TAD boundary and can only be spent in the TAD boundary. So it wouldn't be residents from all over. It would only be the Fulton County residents within
Yes.
the TAD.
I
Okay.
understand that, but it's 63 million taken out of our budget and we spend a lot on the city of Atlanta already, considering a majority of Atlanta residents are using our animal shelters, our jails, our court systems, even the building here. It's a disproportionate. But I appreciate you guys trying to close the Atlantic Station TAD early and getting that back into our coffers. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Can you speak to 2 Peachtree?
Yes, 2 Peachtree, we issued the RFP closed, we picked our development partner. We're right now in negotiations with the development partner. The idea is we are exploring all different sources of financing for this project. It will be a big project for not only developer or city. So we're going federal, we're going public, private, all financing opportunities. The idea is we would create over 400 affordable housing units, of which more than half will be considered affordable housing right in the heart of 2 Peachtree, right in the heart of downtown.
What did we contribute to 2 Peachtree?
What?
The purchase 2 Peachtree for about $40 million.
But what did Fulton County contribute?
Well, if
Was it
you
half
do
of it or
a
more than half?
proportionate it would be about 23%.
A little more than half.
I mean, so typically APS is the largest, about 50, and then the city and the county is
So 25%.
24, 25%.
And would you agree that that's going to be a very difficult project to complete?
I would say it's definitely not going to be an easy project to complete, but we are keenly focused on it. We're meeting with developers every week. We meet with the team. This project will be successful in downtown. Yes, it will.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk?
Continuing on the bottom of page 4, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 240468, finance, presentation, review, and approval of the July 10th, 2024 budget soundings and resolution.
Madam CFO?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that's before the board today for soundings is one adjustment to the annual hardware, software, and maintenance support list. It's for the Department of Registration and Elections. No additional funds are required. It's to increase spending authority for the poll worker training software by $7,200.
Thank you, ma'am. Motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 5, 240469, Human Resources Management, request approval to modify an amendment to the Human Resources Management Policy 316-16, Internship Program.
Mr. Herman? Who?
Yes, Commissioners. Good morning. Kenneth L. Herman, Jr., Chief HR Officers. Commissioners, we are presenting one of the two requests is a modification to the internship policy, the Board of Commissioners internship policy. Currently, the policy as written does not provide a provision to allow high school individuals to participate, 11th grade and up. So we, in consultation with legal and the fact that we've had some departments make a request to allow.
Wait, what did you say? It doesn't allow high school?
Yes.
And you said 11th grade and up.
Yeah, 11 and 12 graders to have their first opportunity to work within the county. The policy right now, as it states, it's geared towards college level individuals. So we wanted the opportunity to expand it to allow high schoolers, 11th grade and up, to participate in being exposed in what it means to work for government service and to meet some of the requests that we have received in the past from other departments when they're trying to get their internship programs off the ground for the summer.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. In theory, I support this. However, I have received some confidential calls. And I'm going to read you some of the notes that I have to see, or maybe the county attorney can opine on it. The summer interns don't necessarily go through the same onboarding as regular employees, so they don't know what the policy and procedures all are, and could create a liability if they're minors. The verbiage doesn't really speak to that, and so there is a concern in some departments with bringing in minors if they are not aware, of all the policies. And it may even put us at a risk. So I want to support this, but I want to make sure on record that you all know that there is quite a bit of individuals that don't have a problem with it, but depending on the work that they do, depending on the situations that they have seen arise in their office, they're concerned with a minor and the liability that may come with that. And so I just want to go on record and let you all know, County Attorney, you may have already fleshed that out, I don't know. But it is a concern, and I have received quite a bit of, and they said they didn't want to seem as though they were speaking against it, but they had a liability issue, and I've had quite a few to approach me about it.
And Commissioner, I think from an HR standpoint, we can do definitely a better job in coordinating with our respective departments on the internship program. Right now, it's kind of a hodgepodge approach where one department does it individually and we don't find out until the interns are on board, and then we're trying to do the training. So I commit to you, commissioners, that that we will formalize a process that all departments can follow to ensure that we don't have that concern of negatively exposing minors to something that they should not be exposed to, and especially not increasing the county's liability in any particular way. But I think we first have to start with at least opening up the opportunity to even exist by modifying the policy, and then through the procedure, working with the county attorney's office, working with the various elected official offices that have a pool of minors within those entities right now, we could all collaboratively come up with what a onboarding process should look like for our internships program, whether it's standardized through the county's internship program that's typically run by the Division of Personnel, by the HR department, once there's funding provided, or if you do something on your own because you might have $5,000 extra and you want to give that intern the exposure. And that's my commitment to the board today. And we've had initial conversations with other entities about that same concern that you raised, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that all departments know, and they can have let me put it like this, they can have a conversation with the concerns and maybe elaborate to you all what they think the concerns are, because they don't want to seem as though they're not opening up the internship. But I know even in my particular office, I have had interns as young as middle school, but I put actual parameters in place. I had the parent to come in, I had the parent to sign off on certain things that that particular intern would just only be dealing with versus someone that was a college age intern that I had working in my office. So I think that you all and I are on the same page. I just think it needs to be fleshed out, County Attorney. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
I was just going to say that I agree with Mr. Herman that if we put standardized procedures in place, that would go a long way towards addressing the concerns that you've just accounted.
Thank you.
So we have the cart before the horse, it sounds like then. Commissioner Thorne?
On that note, I had one of my kids did some kind of filming with Stranger Things in the movie industry. I know they sent some kind of minor thing that I would have to sign off on every year for them to be working in the film industry. So I don't know if that would be something that the parents have to agree to and have the procedures in place.
And we could look into any appropriate waivers that would need to be addressed for someone who hasn't reached the age of majority.
And I was going to see if we could possibly amend this and restrict the internships to Fulton County residents. I think we're investing in the interns, we're investing in these people that, and we're using county resources to make these investments. So I don't know if there's a way of limiting the internship programs to Fulton County residents.
Well, in our brief conversation with legal, they believe that we can structure the internship program in any way that we want, similar to how I know community development has a number of programs where they employ kids for the summer program, and it's limited to working within Fulton County. So we could have the same types of limitations if that's the board's desire, Commissioner.
And then as well as also have the limitations of nepotism and all of that we have with our current employees, have that apply as well. Is that a possibility?
So I believe those already apply. Anytime there's public funds expended, those would come into play regardless of the age.
Are you saying it's not restricted to Fulton County students now?
Right now, as the policy reads, and if what I recall, there's no limitation that says in order to be an intern within Fulton County, you have to be a Fulton County resident. But that's something that we could incorporate into the procedures as well, if in fact that seems to be the desire of the Board of Commissioners.
Why wouldn't it be the desire of the department? Commissioner Barrett?
A couple things. I had a question about paid versus unpaid. Right now, do we have any policy about paid versus unpaid, or is it just do whichever one you want?
It's the determination of the department whether or not they have the resources and also the interaction that they have with the respective intern. Some interns require it for, especially if you're on the 11 or 12th grade level, require it as a part of their educational attainment for their credits for college. On the college level, again, it's also dependent on the circumstances that the intern is in, whether it's a credit level course that they're trying to complete and earn those credits, or if it's compensable. And I know the county attorney's office also has explained it to me as well, that it has to be something that if it's meaningful for the intern if it's meaningful for the county and the county is getting more of a benefit for that work product, then it typically goes into the compensation bucket. If it's something where the intern is learning more of the general sense and they're working on a project that just benefits them and something towards a class, then it can lean towards the unpaid side. But again, it's completely dependent on what the resources are available within the respective departments at this time.
I think, I'm not suggesting we do this right now, but I think it would benefit us to look at only allowing unpaid if there's credit, because one of the things that sort of keeps economic opportunity out of balance, inequitable, is the fact that there are internships that are available to students that aren't unpaid, and there are a lot of students who cannot afford to do that. I know growing up when I was in high school and college, I had friends who were able to take unpaid internships, but I could not afford to do that. So I didn't get those same opportunities. So, I think just in terms of equity and trying to sort of level the playing field for folks economically, we might want to look into that and sort of allow unpaid when there is a for credit situation, but not when there isn't. Just a thought. As to whether or not the students should be from Fulton County, I have no issue with the high school students being from Fulton County. That makes total sense to me. But on the college front, my take would be there are students that are, college students that are in nearby colleges, whether they're here for Georgia State or they're at Emory, and we want to recruit those people to come here as college interns and maybe then move here and stay and work for the county. And so I would not have a problem with us having college interns come from elsewhere and high school interns come from Fulton County. I don't know what everybody else thinks about that, but I think there's some opportunities for us to draw some wonderful people from around the country to come work at Fulton County.
And Commissioner, I think I was about to explain to the chairman that as well, that, we have.
You don't have to explain to me. I understand. It's just too loosey-goosey is all I'm saying. You have the floor. All right. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
I would ask if this can be amended to preference to Fulton County. We're not going to turn anybody else away, but like anything, we may have more positions and not enough interns. And so preference given to Fulton County, but not close the door on individuals that may come from other areas and may end up working or wanting to work for Fulton County government. And so I believe it would be best for us to have a preference for Fulton County, but not to close the door on other individuals. I think that's a fair middle of the road. So I'm asking, can that be added?
Is that a motion to amend it?
Yes.
All right, is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Let's vote on the motion to amend. Any comments on the, just a minute. All right, the motion on the floor, and that's a substitute motion to, not a substitute motion, motion to amend Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard?
Yes, sir. I'm in the queue. I'm next in the queue. I think the idea of limiting or showing preference to Fulton County residents makes sense, but I think we need to be careful, and I want to ask our county attorney. I know if it were up to the chair, no one would be able to work in Fulton County unless they lived in Fulton County. However, I don't think that the law allows us to do that. And so I wonder, Madam County Attorney, what are the implications? If we can't limit where employees live, how can we limit where interns live?
Commissioner Arrington is correct on that. While you're thinking, I remember many, many years ago as a young city council member, I tried to pass legislation in November that would require employees of the city of Atlanta to live in the city of Atlanta, particularly public safety, and it passed. In the next session of the Georgia General Assembly, they passed a law that prohibited making residency a condition of employment. So you're correct, Commissioner Arrington.
If that law was passed, unless that law is being repealed, how are we going to do anything right now?
So for paid internships, that would, because they become employees, that would apply definitely. For unpaid internships where it's giving a benefit to the person, I think if we ended up with something like the residence preference, that's not an exclusion, but it is something along the lines of our public comment preference for residents because they are not employees. I don't know that they would fall under the restriction, but definitely for employees, yes.
Sounds like we might need to do some more homework before we try to push this through. I'm gonna do a substitute motion to hold.
All right, just a minute. I have a substitute motion to hold, by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. All right, can we dispose of that motion? And I hope it passes, but can we dispose of that before we continue? All right, substitute motion on the floor then is to hold. Madam Clerk, on the substitute motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
240470, Human Resources Management, request approval to modify an amendment to Human Resources Management Policy 105-16, lactation accommodation.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Dana Barrett. Mr.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Again, we are seeking a modification to the lactation accommodation policy as we continue our efforts to be in compliance with federal law applicable to nursing mothers within the workplace. As you will recall, the board implemented the requirements for the Federal Pregnant Workers Fairness Act by adopting the new PWFA personnel policy via Resolution 23-0884 at your December meeting. The proposed revisions to the lactation policy further clarifies that Fulton County will treat lactation as a pregnancy-related medical condition and address lactation-related needs in the same manner that it's addressed other pregnancy-related medical conditions. So again, this is our ability or our requirement or our desire to modify the policy to stay in step with all of the local laws and federal laws that have recently changed, which you've already taken some action on as recent as December of last year.
Okay, Commissioner Thorne.
So you're doing this because the federal laws come down that you must provide facilities, is that correct?
Well, correct, Commissioners. And just for clarification, Fulton County has always embraced the mother's need to provide a safe space for lactation needs. Again, this is just us modifying our policies to stay in lockstep with either what has just been adopted by the state or the federal government.
Okay, okay, I was just, and I'm just a little confused too. Do we have to provide it at all facilities despite whether you have a, you know, a mother, a nursing mother? You have to go ahead and provide that, or do you only have to provide it if someone in the workplace?
What you have to provide is a space for that mother to be able to express her milk, whether it's a dedicated office space or a dedicated lactation facility. In our budget for this year, we have the initial dollars to start that process of dedicating specific spaces at our primary county facilities. We have one room over in the courts that is fully equipped right now as a lactation room. So the goal that we have is also to equip the juvenile court and to retrofit this building's wellness room for lactation as well, so that we're getting closer to compliance. From a MAT perspective, when we sat down with one of the vendors, when they were talking about, well, based on your female population that might be of that age of considering continuing to grow their families, you should have roughly about 12 to 15 dedicated spaces for lactation, for females to express their milk. One thing we're also doing with the Dream Department is that also in any future major renovations or build out of county facilities like a behavioral health center or and what we just did at the election center is to also make sure that there's a dedicated room office that is for that express purpose, because it makes sense to do it as part of the construction versus having to come back and retrofit some things, so that we can always stay in compliance with what the Georgia law requires to us to at least provide at a minimum.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Mr. Herman, I heard a lot of talk, and I guess maybe appropriately so, about the mother. And again, that makes sense because we're talking about a lactation policy. But the policy itself does not identify gender, does it? It just says a Fulton County employee. So it's open to males and females, correct? I mean, I'm just reading what the document says. The document says a Fulton County employee. It doesn't identify the person's gender.
That's not a complicated question, y'all.
I'm just going to jump in for him. It does not identify gender, but as a practical matter, it covers any individual who is lactating. And that would, to my knowledge, be limited to mothers.
All right, you don't sound too sure about that. The plain language says employee, which would mean that it is not limited.
It's just tracking the language of the federal law that we are trying to comply with.
Oh, I understand that. The question is, does it apply to all employees or not? Does it apply to males and females? You can track whatever language you want to track. The question is, who does it apply to?
It applies to all lactating employees.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240472, registration and election. Request approval of a statewide contract in the total amount not to exceed $9,508,657.20 to provide temporary staffing services.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Williams. I just had a couple of general questions. Sort of two, and some of this may be in nomenclature, and maybe not understanding kind of what's behind it. But there were certain categories of temporary workers that were labeled like voter education and mobile outreach vehicle. And I'm just curious what those were, number one, and then why those were really necessary functions as related to kind of the running of, voting, for early voting and, election day voting, absentee ballot voting, et cetera.
Good morning. So those are the drivers for our mobile buses. So even during the election cycle, we still educate voters. We have our voter education team that goes out to make sure the voters are informed, are prepared to vote in the election. And we need drivers, preferably with a CDL license, that can drive those mobile buses to events.
Okay, we have these vehicles already, and I guess they go around outside of election cycles, so who's driving them then?
We have permanent staff that can drive them, but we get busier during the election time. So we need additional people that can assist us driving both buses.
Okay, and I guess in terms of just I'm still struggling in terms of why this is a necessary function to hire temporary personnel for versus the focus of setting up for taking in registrations, taking in absentee ballots, running early voting sites, and running election day sites.
The more our voters are educated, the easier our job becomes. So for example, if we have a precinct change in a particular area, we try to engage and have community events there so we can inform the voters in that neighborhood that their precinct location has changed. So all those things are happening with the voter education team.
Okay. Do we have any evidence that has any impact whatsoever with people? I mean, that people actually, they're going to be voting and so forth, would be attending these events? I mean, it's just, we got precious resources. I'm just trying to understand why they aren't geared at sort of the focus of the actual election event.
Well, we consider it part of the election event. Voter education is critical, and we consider it a part of the election event. And they also assist when we have poll worker recruitment fairs. They drive the buses out to those particular fairs and have poll worker recruitment as well. So all those things are engaged with the election process.
There's a significant amount of, in terms of the setup and structure of this contract, there's a significant amount of overtime hours that are built into these contracts, including for some of those areas that we just talked about just now. And there's some of these, I guess, intuitively, maybe I understand why we would have direct overtime programming in terms of, hey, if somebody's working the entirety of early voting and they're working at a site, translation for what that does on a weekly basis gets into overtime. But other of these, I'm not quite sure why we're managing them in such a way that, we're planning on such extensive levels of overtime. And then along with that is sort of, I think we've ever worked in corporate settings and that sort of stuff, there's a pretty attentive focus to how you manage to avoid, kind of a bunch of workers running into overtime and you're, outside of kind of what your payroll expectations were. So what monitoring, sort of why they're, why we've sort of programmed for so much overtime? And then B, how is it monitored and what has been our historical tracking to, when we've set these contracts up, are we paying close to 100% of the overtime that we forecast for, or significantly less than that?
It depends, and sometimes it is significantly less, but we in this field of work, we work a lot of overtime. Election day, for example, we work from 5 o'clock in the morning. Some of our staff is from 5 a.m. all the way up until 1 o'clock the next morning. So overtime has to be worked into the plan. We work Saturdays and Sundays. If there's long lines during advanced voting, that could turn into a longer day that turns into overtime. So all that's built into the scope of work.
Well, I mean, I guess, going back to my last question is, what has been our experience in terms of, are we typically at the end of it running well under the forecasted overtime, or close to kind of what was set up in the individual contracts?
I would have to give you a better answer to that, honestly. What we're currently doing, as we're currently building the 2025 election, for example, we're going back to see exactly how much overtime was built into the project and did we actually use that overtime. That way we'll stop the underruns and things of that nature. But for a presidential election, I know we build a lot of overtime in because we don't know what could possibly occur. So to make sure that we have the money there available to pay the staff.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in that. I mean, because they're, again, and, titles and stuff, an advanced voting trainer, I mean, that seems like more a role that you'd have sort of built out. They do the training, set periods of time, but yet the way it's set up, I mean, they're programmed for about 25% overtime.
Some of our titles are misleading. They have additional duties other than just training. Like, for instance, I think it came up with like a line monitors. Line monitors don't just monitor a line. They do a lot of other, they're the eyes and ears outside the precinct. They assist with, customer service, et cetera. So it's I can understand what you're saying, but there's other duties involved there.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
Hi, Ms. Williams. Thanks for coming down here. Last time I talked to you, I had requested some information, like how much it cost on average to staff and run an early voting precinct for 19 days, and how much it costs for election day precinct staff and everything. I haven't gotten that yet. Do you know those figures?
We were under the impression that you were going to be reaching out to our board from the last meeting. You had stated you were going to talk to our board members, but we can provide that information to you before the end of the meeting.
Have you talked to your board members about staffing? Have you gone over this with them?
This was already in place before our new board members came about. This was approved last year. But when we do start planning for the next municipal elections and things of 2025, we'll reach out to our board in regards to staffing.
Okay, well, I think it'd be good with your new board members, especially, to get them up to speed on how you're staffing and how your allocation staffing, because they are responsible for helping you with your budgeting as well. It's in their bylaws. And with the overtime, that is kind of a concern of mine too. I mean, we pay a premium to hire a Backus and Dover to do our staffing. They should be able to have enough people to come in so that we don't have to pay exorbitant fees to them, as well as overtime for employees. I'm against using these staffing agencies. I've had complaints. First, it was just kind of a trickle, complaint here, complaint there, about how if you're political, you're aligned with a conservative, you seem to be getting a different set of rules. People, I'm getting complaints that Backus and Dover, mainly Dover, they get laid off or they get complaints. They don't even know what the complaints are about them. And I've even reached out to you on some, and you've investigated and okay, it's okay, they can work. But that's kind of a common thing, that people are getting turned in. They're not sure what they're getting turned in for. They're not allowed to work anymore. And they're immediately linking it to, it's because I'm a Republican or I'm a conservative or I say I'm going to vote for Trump. And there's even conversations in the precincts that people are saying, I can't work with somebody who's a MAGA person. That was a quote I got in one complaint. And I think it's important that our poll workers feel comfortable. I think if, I will try to forward you some of these complaints in more detail so that you can have them and you can investigate. But I think it's important, if those comments are being made in a precinct, if certain workers aren't felt welcome, then certain voters aren't going to feel welcome in that precinct as well. And I want to implore us, with the massive amount of this contract of $9.5 million that we're spending, 30% of that's going to these temp staffing agencies. I want to implore us to try to save money. I mean, if for $3 million, we could hire 4 or 5 people to run our own temp staffing agency. Recently in Arizona, county manager, I think I forwarded you the article, a temp worker was arrested for taking a fob in the tabulation department. And when I kind of researched that further with the people in Arizona, they said that they run their temp workers. They have a department for temp workers within their county. And they were able to get to the bottom of that really quickly because they knew exactly who it was. They knew exactly where he lived. And we're not going to a third party and having a third party choose who works and who doesn't work our elections. And I would love to see that if at some point we can take control of that so that there won't be any bias and that we have direct control. So I'm not supportive of temp staffing at all. I hope we could model after other counties who do not use temp agencies to the extent we do. And I'm happy to work with you if you would like to explore that.
Okay, so regarding your, I've responded to your letter yesterday in regards to the comment about by the temp agency possibly discriminating against people's political backgrounds. When we hire temp workers, we do not ask their political affiliations. There's no way for us to discriminate because we don't have that information. So that information, unfortunately, is not accurate. If we do release an employee, whether permanent or temporary, we completely tell them the reason why they have been removed, and it's all documented. So there's the allegation that we possibly discriminate based on political affiliation is incorrect. And I outlined that in the letter that I sent to you yesterday in response to the concerns you gave us yesterday.
Yes, and I didn't say that they discriminate. They feel like indirectly they're indiscriminated within their precinct. They'll come back from lunch, they'll take their hour lunch, but they signed out at 12:30 and they came back at 1:40, but they really didn't leave till 12:40 and then they get laid off. Whereas there's people in the precinct that are coming and going willy-nilly and running errands, and the managers are taking off. And so they feel, it's a perception that they're treated differently within their precinct versus other people in their precinct.
So if you send me the information of who you're referring to, I can give you the background information.
And there's several, and I wouldn't bring it forward if it was just 1 or 2. There's several complaints that I've gotten recently.
Like I said earlier, we review all terminations to make sure they're valid and documented. So if you send me that information, we can do a deeper dive. But I can promise you that all that is documented, and there's always 2 sides to every story with any type of personnel issue, and we will be happy to reinvestigate if need be. But again, just to make sure I make it clear, the temp agency does not just give us people that we just blindly assign. We literally ask for resumes. We completely vet the person out before we assign them. The temp agencies recruit them, but our managers, our permanent county managers, look over the resumes, triple check who they're putting into the precincts before this person just randomly placed into precincts. That does not happen. We vet them out before they get placed.
And we verify that background checks have been completed and all that.
Yes, we do.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay. 240473, registration elections, request approval of a statewide contract for master solution purchase and services agreement in the total amount not to exceed $437,230.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Yes, could you explain the no ink pull pad purchase? Are we short? Are we trying to expand our check-ins? Did we lose pull pads? Did they break, or what the situation is there?
No, we are requesting to upgrade our poll pads to the new Sailor poll pads that No Ink provides. What that will do is allow us, if there's any type of upload that needs to be done to the poll pad, it can be done remotely through No Ink, so that we don't have to physically go out to the precinct on election day, have voters waiting in line to get an upgrade. So the request is to get those Sailor poll pads.
Okay, and are we having, I remember early in the year, we approved to have no ink technicians on site. Are we going to have to pay for them, or since these new poll pads come online, they can remotely help us?
They can remotely help us, but no, we ask for the no ink techs as a precaution if we need them. But usually we do not need them. We're able to handle it in-house, but that was earlier this year.
Okay. And did you go over this with your board, these purchases with your board?
No, we did not.
Okay. I mean, I'm obviously, I agree that would be great to have the upgrade in the systems, but on the A part, Dominion Voting System Incorporated, for security ballot stock watermark paper, I understand, that's been legislated in. It's an unfunded mandate that the legislature's put on us, and I think Dominion got a cushy contract there that we have to buy all our paper from them. But without that being said, the ImageCast Prime privacy filters, that is not mandated. So how much is that part of the?
So what that is the touch screens that you go to vote on. We're putting a filter on the screen to help voter privacy. Some of our precincts are tight. People can see each other, have said that they can see the other person casting their ballot. So they're like privacy screens is what that is. They're not mandatory, but they're assisting us with voter privacy.
Well, what is the cost of that?
I believe they're like $80 per screen.
So of the 148, how much is the cost?
I'd have to get those totals. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me.
Because I don't know if you've heard, like we're really trying to tighten our belts, and we're trying not to raise our millage rate. Well, we can't raise our millage rate. And we had a lot of people down here saying, let's just stick with what we really have to do. And I see that as something that's nice. You can't tell me the cost, the actual cost of it. But I just see it as a manager, you can set up your precinct so that 75% of people have privacy when they vote. We spent thousands or millions of dollars on those cases that have the side things that come out. I know as a manager, I was directed to set up my precinct so that people did have privacy. I'm sorry that some managers can't, but you should be able to. Those are four-sided. 3 of the 4 sides should have privacy. I would like to make a motion to not approve the privacy filter since they're not mandated by law, if we could have that removed.
So you're asking for a division of which item?
The A on here, Dominion Voting,
The 437, 230?
I think it's 148, 148,780.
So the 148 is going to include the watermark paper and the privacy screens. Are you declining our watermark paper that's required now?
No, you have to get that by law, and we have to do what we have to do by law, but right now, I think we can hold off on the privacy filters. But I don't know the amount. Would you guys know the amount?
Commissioner Thorne, reading from the agenda package, I believe it's page 256. The ImageCast X Prime privacy filter is listed at a total of $52,780.
So that would leave 96,000 for paper. Or
Yes, ma'am.
About 96,000 for paper.
Okay, so your amendment then is to, she's asking for a division of the 148,780, 52,000 roughly of that is for this privacy. And the balance then will be approximately 96,000. That's her amendment. What? Yeah, and the other, right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
You're the chair. I guess if you ruled that that's division, it sounded like she was trying to make a substitute motion and failed to get a second. She didn't ask for a division. Sounded like she was trying to make a substitute motion, but either way, it hasn't been. There's no second. If it was a substitute motion, there was no second. If it is an amendment, then it has not been accepted by either the mover or the seconder. So I don't think it goes anywhere.
Well, she's asking for a division, which is, she has a right to do that. And the math works out at 52,000 is what the privacy would be, which would leave this paper then with 96,000, the 437, and the 288. So that would be the.
She did not use the word division. She said motion was the word that she used.
Well, I'm saying that she's asking for it, and she's entitled. If she would like for a division, she can. So let's vote up or down.
I'm still in the queue.
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
I think we need to be very, very careful to take a test of, because it's not mandated by law, then why are we doing it? With all due respect, Commissioner Thorne, there are things that are not mandated in this building that we do. And so you get into what I consider, I guess I'm going the right way. My phone said GPS signal lost, because I guess I'm here, Chairman. So I'm here, y'all. Slippery slope, because publicly you have said privacy screen. Some of them are a little too tight. Now, what you have just said to me is at the next election board meeting, somebody's gonna say, I voted and I didn't have a screen up. That's the reality of where we are in Fulton County. With all due respect, Commissioner Thorne, I understand the point that you're trying to make. My disagreement is that if we start doing piecemeal and saying, well, you can buy this, you can't buy this, you can buy this, you can't buy this, then as commissioners, we start running departments. And we know when we start running departments, we are asking for litigation. And so I'm going to have to vote against this, and I'm going to have to strongly ask my colleagues to vote against this, because if in your role and those up under you see that there is a potential, something can be a potential risk and never be mandated, just like something can be mandated and not funded. So we can't have the conversation of a mandate that has not been funded, and we're not at the state saying you need to give us more money because you mandated this. If we're going to have a conversation that says, well, this is not mandated, so we shouldn't be paying for it. Can't have it one way. Can't have one conversation, not have the other. So with all due respect, I am not going to support this. If there's something else that you want to do to make sure, conversations, audits, whatever, but this, I think, is getting into a very slippery slope, because now I can go to other departments and tell them, well, I don't think you need this, and I don't think you need that, and we're not going to do it. So I'm gonna, unfortunately, with all due respect, have to disagree that should not be taken out. We have, as commissioners at our arsenal, the budget. We have the opportunity to come and view and do whatever else we need to do, but let's not do this. I'm very scared that will be the next suit against Fulton County. Is I was in my booth and I was able to see Joe Blow on each side cast their vote. That is dangerous territory, whether it's mandated or not.
Thank you. May I also add that each precinct is not the same. So the space at Wolf Creek Library is not the same as the East Roswell Library. Some spaces are tighter than others. That's why we ask for the privacy screens to make sure that voters cannot see each other casting their ballots. So even though managers are told to make sure they can accommodate as much privacy as possible, those screens are to help with the situation because it helps people not be able to see.
Okay, Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you. You just answered my question.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I would just hope we wouldn't grandstand these issues. I mean, look, it's not out of bounds for somebody to vote up or down a spending item. I mean, that's what we're here to do, to evaluate spending and whether or not we think those are accurate things to do or not. When it's before us to vote on, it's fair game, and that doesn't get into anything about running an individual department, or else if that were the case, we give people their budgets, tell them to spend it like they want to, and none of us will be up here meeting them during the course of the individual day. So, you know, it's fair game for us to ask the questions, and if we don't think that it's an appropriate expenditure, then we vote it up or down. You know, and individuals vote according to their, you know, to the way that they've evaluated it, and you go from there. So let's not overly grandstand this issue. I just, on that particular point on the privacy screens, is there some sort of state law requirement that we have these? You've answered that as no. Is there some sort of state law requirement that the precincts be configured in a way that there's no chance that somebody's going to be able to view the way somebody's voting?
Yes, so you are to configure a precinct to make sure there's voter privacy, and this will help with that situation.
Okay, so so there is that requirement. Are we attempting to do that right now?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Commissioner Thorne.
I just want to say I listened to board meetings, and I just think this is something you really should be discussing with your board. Your board should have more input on this. These privacy screens have been available for years, since the equipment came out. I hear counties that can't afford the screens. They simply can't afford $80 per BMD. Your average precinct probably has 10, 12 BMDs. You're looking at $1,000. You're looking at 255 precincts. Or we have 177. I don't know what we're going to have this November. We have the most expensive per capita expenditure on elections than any other county. I know most counties don't have the big old cabinets like we spent millions of dollars on that provide privacy, that have doors that come out to block it, that are four-sided so that you can choose. If you really want your privacy, you can choose which side you want to be on. Now, a small person, they can't cover up that large BMD. That's a complaint. And they do need more privacy. A larger person can probably cover the whole thing. Me, I don't care if anybody sees how I vote. I think we just need to be really, really careful with our dollars right now, not doing any unnecessary expenses. If you look, most counties, they don't have the cabinets. They simply have tables lined up with the BMD on a table and a little 3-card privacy screen that goes around them, and that's all they have. I think it's great that we have the cabinets we have. It makes it great for setting up, easy setup, connecting printers, connecting BMDs, powering them up all at once. I think the Fulton County residents have made a tremendous investment in that. And I don't care if Joe Blow next to me can see me vote or not. But obviously there are people that are. And as long as we make accommodations for them, we are within the confines of the law. I just requested that we break up because I am for upgrading the no ink pads, getting the paper. I'm just not up for spending money on something that we don't need at a time when we're trying to save money and lower our millage rate. The $52,780, it could be used towards our community nonprofits that we couldn't fund. 50,000 could go towards a lot of other things that we really need in this county and not something that's just nice to have. And plus, if we don't have an expenditure of exactly, what precincts, we could put privacy screens just on the visible side of the BMD cabinet that faces the managers, and we could try to reduce our costs. But I don't see any analysis that's been done there on which precincts need privacy screens, which ones don't. It just seems to be a blanket request for privacy screens. And without that, I can't approve it.
Commissioner Ellis?
Just shifting topics just real quick, just because I think for a lot of people trying to understand all the different sort of technology puts and takes when it comes to elections now, for the average citizens, it's certainly become increasingly complex to understand. But on the Part B, if you read it on its face, and it gives the appearance that we're spending like $5,000 for, per iPad. But I guess the way you described it, this is not just the purchase of 50 iPads. It's actually a purchase of some sort of software.
Yeah, it's 500 poll pads and the licenses that go with that.
500 poll pads. So is this a typo in here?
It looks like it, yes.
It says 50 in the paperwork. Is it supposed to be 500?
It's supposed to be 500 poll pads.
Okay, that's a big difference. So that would explain why. All right, thank you for clarifying that. 500 iPads and 500 data activation points. Okay.
All right, what's before us is a division that was requested, so if you support what Commissioner Thorne is saying, you will vote yes. If you do not, you vote no. Let's vote. On the division, it would. Just to divide it? Yes. No, not the division. She can ask for a division.
Okay, so we're voting on what, the 50-something thousand?
No, we vote on the paper as a whole, the 437, 230, and where it says 148, that will be 96 based upon her division, and then 288, 450. Yeah.
Can you read out exactly what we're voting on, because I don't understand.
I'll read it again.
What is the total dollar amount that we are voting on right now?
437, 230. Then what's listed as 148, 780, that has been broken out. The 52,000 is what she's concerned about, and she asked for a division. That would make that number, then if you deduct that, that would leave approximately 96,000 instead of the 148. Then going down to where you have the 50 versus the 500 pass, that's 288, 450.
So this is a yes on everything but the 50-something. Is that what you're
No, it's as a whole, but if this fails, then we go back to the original. Just vote no if you're not supporting.
No, Chairman, you confusing me now on this.
All three items have to be voted on separately.
We can do it either way. Let's vote on the 437, 220.
So exactly, with all due respect, Chairman, what are we voting on?
I'm getting ready to explain one more time. We passed millions of dollars in on 52,000, all right? 437, 230. All right, let's make a motion on that one. Well, that's the total. No, listen, let me preside, please. We're gonna vote on them separately. The 437, 230, is there a motion to approve that?
That's approving it, not separately.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, you said it was divided. So we can't vote on the 437, 230 if it's divided. The 437, 230 is the combination of 148, 780 plus the 288. And the 148 has even been further subdivided to the 90 and the 50. And so that's what we're dealing with.
The 437, 230 includes the 148. Let's do the math here.
Well, there was an A and a B. And so
A.
if we're
We're on the
if we're dividing this, it would be A and B. But her request for division, which you allowed, is to subdivide A,
Correct.
which is the 148.
Which
But
is
you
the
can't
part-
subdivide A without also subdividing B. So basically, there would now be an A, a B, and a C. A would be Dominion voting system. B would be the security ballot check. Or A would be security ballot check, B would be image cast, primary filters, and C would be no ink.
That's not correct.
Parliamentarian.
Madam Parliamentarian, I disagree with that. Madam Parliamentarian.
By our ratings, A would be the portion that would be subdivided under our understanding of what Commissioner Thorne was asking.
Thank you.
You can't subdivide A without, you can't divide part of an item without dividing the whole item. It's one item, it's got two different things, and if you subdivide A, that makes it three different things that have to be voted on.
Chairman, unfortunately, Commissioner Arrington is right on this, so I would ask that you all maybe revisit it.
Direct that to the
Parliamentarian. Commissioner Arrington is correct on this, so can you just, for the sake of the listening audience, recheck, because he is correct. Based on my ACCG training.
So I think we may be saying the same thing. So what we have subdivided is A being security ballots, and then I can't read my handwriting, is it privacy filters, and then B being the iPads. Is that consistent with your understanding, Commissioner Arrington?
No, ma'am. A is the security ballot stock. Currently, right now, A includes the ballot stock and the private filters. Because the chair allowed division, there is, I guess, A1 is the ballot stock and A2 would be the filters, and then B would be the 500 pads. So there's three items that have to be voted on if there is division.
Yes, I think we are in agreement about that.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
My question is, who's making the motion? Because I have Hall and Commissioner Barrett second.
No. The original motion was to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall. It was seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Correct.
Now, Commissioner Thorne asked for a division, which he's entitled to do. The county attorney, who is the parliamentarian, has explained it from her perspective, and that's what's before us. Now, in the motion.
So we don't need a motion for, okay.
Madam County Attorney, you still, strike that, Madam Parliamentarian in this instance.
So the way that I would recommend proceeding is to vote on A1, security ballots first, A2, privacy filters first, and then the third item would be B, iPads. I think we're all saying the same thing, just calling it A1 and 2 and B versus A, B, and C, but it doesn't matter what we call it. Those are the three items, and I think we all agree on that.
She's entitled to a division. So let's follow this so we can get, we got a lot to
The
cover.
question is, do we need three separate motions since it's been divided?
Yes, I would do a separate vote on each item.
All right, I move that we move forward on the security ballot stock, at whatever amount that is, 90-something thousand dollars.
96,000.
96,000.
Yes.
All right.
That's my motion.
And it's seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Arrington made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next motion.
I move that we do, approve the 50,000 for the privacy filters.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next motion.
I move that we approve the 288,450 for the purchase of 500 poll pads with 500 annual data activation plans.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue,
you.
Madam Clerk.
240474, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to amend an existing contract to provide battery backup power demand management at no cost to the county at the Metropolitan Library.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 6, 240475, request approval to increase spending authority for on-site door repair and overhead door preventive predictive maintenance countywide in an amount not to exceed $131,830.
Favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240476, request approval of a change order greater than 10% in an amount not to exceed $213,450 to modify the scope of work for the installation, directional, and interior signage of the Fulton County Central Warehouse.
All right, a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240477, request approval to close out a contract in the amount not to exceed $94,500.63 to cover the final payment for continued janitorial services rendered in April and May of 2024.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Bridget Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240478, request approval to close out a contract in an amount not to exceed $95,175.60 to cover the cost for final payment for services rendered for providing continued janitorial services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Bridget Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 240479, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $344,190.86 to continue to provide preventive and corrective maintenance services for Fulton County Animal Services Facility.
You heard the motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240480, request approval of statewide contracts in the total amount of $160,000 to provide tires, tubes, accessories, and repair services for Fulton County fleet vehicles.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240481, request approval to utilize a statewide contract in an amount of $103,125 to provide continued preventive and corrective maintenance services for county-owned facility currently leased to the State of Georgia Department of Human Services.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Bridget Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 240482, Information Technology, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing for on-call IT services in an amount not to exceed $550,000.
All right, you have a favorable motion by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Ellis.
Can you explain, maybe, I know possibly we've had these before, but can you explain the cooperative purchasing arrangement here? Because it says cooperative purchasing with the city of Atlanta versus like utilizing a statewide contract.
In this instance, we can do cooperative purchasing with other governmental entities when they've gone through a procurement process, and it has been verified and documented. And that was with the City of Atlanta's solicitation for the professional IT demand services.
So
We're utilizing cooperative purchasing with another governmental entity.
yeah, no, I mean, infrequently we've done that with other municipalities, so correct.
Yes.
And in this space, have we done that before? In the IT space?
We've had a previous approval for this same contract, but previously the county did have
We had our own procurement for it, correct?
We did a procurement for it, yes.
And why not do that in this particular case? Why didn't we do our own procurement in this particular case?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I don't have a direct answer on that beyond the fact that this vehicle's been in place, was a cooperative agreement, allows for staff augmentation and services to conduct IT service work, I think, efficiently.
Right. So we've had it in place before and we're renewing it, or it's the first time we're doing cooperative purchasing with the City of Atlanta for this?
This is our first time renewing it through the end of this year.
Renewing it? So
I'm sorry. The problem is that both the state and the City of Atlanta are on different fiscal years than the county. We're on the calendar. They're on the July 1st through. So we do have to bring these things back because their contracts end and they renew them at different times so we have to bring things back twice.
Okay, so this is an existing contract, and
Yes.
the one that it was, and when we did it, it was with the City of Atlanta specifically.
Correct.
Okay, that was my question. And this was the first time we've done that versus have our own procurement, and this is increasing the spending authority on this first-time contract.
Correct, to take us through the end of our calendar year.
How have they performed in terms of where we have needs? It's been certainly a different and challenging year from an IT perspective, so did this serve to actually benefit us throughout the course of this events that we've experienced, or can you give some, color on that?
No, of course. So yes, it's been in the areas of really some of the key projects that were in flight that we were then not able to continue moving forward with as we responded to our cyber incident, as well as accelerating our cloud migration strategy coming out of the incident as well. And then also augmenting resources to backfill where we either have vacancies or just have a shortage of resources.
Okay. In these cases, would we have individuals doing duplicate work for us in the city of Atlanta, or would that not work that way in terms of the way this contract is constructed?
I can't address that directly, but it's my understanding the resources that we're using are not conducting work at the city or would overlap.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, you have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 240483, request approval of the fiscal year 2024 Contracts for Services Program, funding recommendations totaling $3 million.
Motion to approve by Commissioner, excuse me, Natalie Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, under Health and Human Services, 240484, Public Works, request approval of a recommended proposal for progressive design build services for Campbellton Pump Station in Forest, Maine, in an amount not to exceed $1,918,000.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Please vote. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 240485, Medical Examiner, request ratification of an emergency purchase order in an amount not to exceed $177,000 with forensic pathology staffing services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240486, County Manager, presentation and approval to authorize the release of an RFP for Program Management Services to conduct an assessment of the Rice Street and South Annex jail facilities, develop a scope of work for facility renovations and new construction, and manage the delivery of the project.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Naraki, Strategy Office. Today we'll be reviewing our new approach to the jail as directed by the board. If we could pull the presentation up. Thank you. If you go to the next slide, please. So a quick review of our agenda here. We'll start with the background and key assumptions around the RFP. Next, we'll look at the financials, scope of work for this program management team, as well as the timeline for both the procurement and deploying them, and follow that up with some considerations, and then the board's, our request to the board to authorize the release of an RFP for the program management services. Next slide. So for the background, as a refresher, an RFP was released back on May 13th for a new replacement jail for the program management team. At the May 15th VOC meeting, the board voted to rescind the RFP and directed the county management team to do two things. One, revise and reissue the RFP with a focus on renovating the existing facility. And then second, identify the maximum available budget for the project. As we were updating the RFP scope, we were guided by a couple key assumptions, which you'll see here for the project. First, that the scope will include renovations of both Rice Street and the South Annex, and estimates, and include estimates for the new special purpose facility. And just to note, as I say Rice Street throughout this presentation, that would also include the Marietta Annex on that campus. Our next assumption would be that the project funding would not require a millage rate increase. We would need a plan for inmate relocations during the construction phase of the renovations. These renovations will improve the conditions and extend the useful life of the facilities. And finally, we plan to leverage conduit bond issuance through the South Fulton Jail Authority. If we can go to the next slide. And here we'll walk through the financials, and I'll turn it over to our CFO to review this.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As we were asked to identify what the financial footprint would look like to be able to move forward with some work and renovation and improvement at the county jail without increasing our budgeted costs, we looked at what we already had in the budget. In this year's budget, we built in the $10 million to support a bond issue to begin the design and architectural engineering and all of that related to the originally proposed replacement jail. So what we are suggesting with this is that we would repurpose those funds to instead support a bond issue for jail refurbishment and rehab of existing facilities rather than for new the new construction of a completely new replacement jail. That $10 million is expected to generate between $85 and $150 million in bond proceeds, with terms ranging from 10 to 30 years. And of course, our total proceeds would be impacted by market rates at the time that we would issue the bonds. In addition to that, we would look and we would recommend to the board that you reconsider your action that you took at the beginning of 2023, I believe, to place return TAD increments when tax allocation districts close. By board resolution, those are now being placed into a facility capital fund, multi-year facility capital fund. We have to run them through the general fund because they're still general fund taxes, but we move them over into a capital fund. So what we would recommend is that instead of those resources as they are returned being repurposed for capital, as the board's current resolution is, that we would instead use them for debt service to allow us to issue some additional bonds. In looking at the tax allocation districts that have already closed or are, we anticipate closing, we see that there's about $9.7 million in annual returned tax increment. That would include the closure of the Atlantic Station TAD that was discussed earlier this morning. With those resources returned, we would have, roughly another $10 million that we could look to generate another $85 to $150 million in bond proceeds, same terms and conditions as the current $10 million. So that is what we see as a viable funding alternative to support some bonds in order to rehab, refurb, whichever is the right term, and potentially look at construction of a special purpose facility on the existing campus. And then these estimates that we have prepared for you now really only look at the TADs closing and the increments returned through 2025. The next time frame that we potentially expect to see some closure is a few years out in the 28, 29 time frame, but we really need to firm that up with Invest Atlanta to know for certain what those dates will be. So that's what I had to share with you today around what our potential financial footprint would look like.
Great, thank you, Ms. Whitmore. If we go to the next slide. And here we'll walk through the scope of work. So for the program manager's scope, we anticipate the purchasing department conducting a single procurement, but this will be broken out into two separate phases. Phase one will focus on the facilities assessment, of Rice Street and the South Annex. And this will result in a report from the program management team consisting of recommendations around what the renovations may look like, estimates around the new special purpose facility, and then a plan around the movement of inmates during construction, during the renovations. So kind of getting a bit more specific here, the primary 5 components of that phase 1 or of the phase 1 activities would be the facility assessment, advising the county on prioritizing the findings from their report. Third, providing options and scenarios that would all work within that maximum allowable budget. Developing a plan for inmate housing and movement during the construction phase. And then finally, providing estimates on that special purpose building. Once the county has gathered all that information, done the analysis, and formed a finalized scope of work for the project, phase 2 would then commence with the program management team, and they would start assisting the county with kind of that next phase through oversight and management of the planning, design, and construction phases of the project moving forward. We can go to the next slide. And here we have kind of a timeline breakdown of those activities and our procurement schedule. I'll call out, just for reference here, and apologies for not putting a legend on, the blue chevrons denote anticipated action by the board. So starting with our procurement timeline at the top, we are before you today requesting the release of the RFP. If approved, we'll target release by the end of this month. Our standard procurement process will then follow and run from July to October, and we would be back before the board at one of the December meetings requesting approval of that PM contract. We'd also anticipate at that same December meeting doing a reimbursement request for bond proceeds. Moving down to the bottom timeline, the phase 1 delivery, this work, we would anticipate if we follow the top schedule, this would, the facility assessment would commence at the start of the new year, 2025. We would expect this assessment would carry about 3 or 4 months, with another month dedicated to the project management team compiling and submitting their report to the county with recommendations. Early summer timeframe around June 2025, the county would evaluate these recommendations and develop the formal scope of work for the project. And return to the board in July to present what the scope of work would be, and that would initiate the phase 2. Go to the next slide, please. So we wanted to leave you with this as you are evaluating the information and requests before you today. A couple of project considerations that we anticipate may impact the overall project. So just going through them. The desired renovations may, in fact, exceed the available funding that our CFO walked us through. The maximum bonding capacity is dependent on the expected TAD increments being repurposed to support the debt service. The bond market may be more sensitive to jail funding, may be more sensitive to funding jail-related projects relative to other market areas or industries. Our outsourcing options may be limited during construction. And finally, the findings of the DOJ investigation may impact what that scope of work that we would put forward to the board. So with that, we do have a request to the board to authorize the release of the RFP for program management services with a maximum allowable budget of $170 to $300 million. And that's my presentation, and with that, we will take any questions.
All right, questions? Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. First of all, I do want to say that I appreciate the effort that has gone into this, and I understand that we have sort of, asked you guys to go back to the drawing board here, so I appreciate that. I do want to just express a concern. This is not really a question, or maybe it's sort of both, but the timeline while we have some decision-making along the way in terms of approving the vendor that's selected and the reimbursement request for the bond proceeds, et cetera, we're really pushing this entire thing off a year, essentially. It's till July of 2025, before we even are approving a potential plan, let alone starting to put effort towards that plan. So when, based on this, I guess assuming everything went swimmingly, would we be actually starting to do renovation?
Can we go back to slide 6 too, just for reference? So Commissioner, working with both Ms. Strong-Whitaker in purchasing and also Mr. Davis here in DREAM, understanding there is going to be a pretty time-intensive period for procurement and then the assessment and report, we would look to start that procurement phase for the planning and design and construction that summer of 2025. So it would be a couple months after that to procure those vendors, start the design process, and then actually start physical renovations. Mr. Davis, I don't know if add to that.
Mr. Nawaka is absolutely correct. I would also like to add that what you have before you is a very realistic schedule. We face unforeseens at all phases of the process, whether it be procurement, whether it be the actual construction. And so in order to not put ourselves behind the 8 ball, if you will, we came out and developed a schedule that we can realistically adhere to. There are opportunities for us to advance the schedule. Things such as the number of respondents to the RFP may be large, it may be small. If it's small, the evaluation process goes a little bit more smoothly and quickly. So ultimately, I think this is a responsible schedule, but there are opportunities. And I think it's also important to mention, while we're asking the program management vendor to conduct a facility condition assessment, please understand that our current jail blitz effort in concert with the consultant EMSI, we're already preparing and have already identified various critical building systems that we know are going to be a part of this and have developed some pricing models or proposals for those. Our intent is to hand those off to the PMT. That way, when they get to their work, they can already have certain things done and not have to spend time on things that we've already addressed.
Thank you for that, I appreciate it. On the, getting started question, phase 1, according to the slides, does not include design. That's in phase 2, correct?
That's correct, ma'am. We would need to still identify the scope as part of the phase 1 activities. Once that scope has been formalized, then the planning and design phase would start.
Right, so I get that we would be starting sort of in summer of 2025, but there still would need to be, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm assuming there are some things that can sort of be done without a design. If we're talking about a roof replacement or replacing HVAC or something like that, it can be done without a design. But for any significant renovation, we'd have to wait to begin until the design is completed and approved. So what is the timeline on that piece?
Again, Commissioner, I'd be very hesitant to get wager only because we have not even identified what the scope of work is yet. So, I mean, we could anticipate it being months and months of design work, regardless of whatever the scope shakes out to be.
Right, so it's possible that we wouldn't really be doing any renovation work, fixing and repairing, sure, but renovation work until late 2025 or 2026.
That's sorry.
So part of this process, once we have that list of projects, that list that's prioritized, one of the things that we'll be doing in concert with the PMT is evaluating delivery mechanisms. Some things we may be able to use existing county contractors, thereby avoiding the long procurement process and things of that nature. Other things we'll have to bundle and put those things out for bid. Again, as you mentioned, Commissioner Barrett, a lot of things will not require a design. The principal design aspect of this will be when we look at the specialty purpose building. And so
a large part of that will be dictated by what we receive from the PMT as it relates to the projected cost of that building. As Mr. Nawaki already indicated, we may not have enough funds to complete the entire plan. But the renovation, if you will, of the main jail and the South Annex, that is our principal focus with a, I guess, alongside the purpose of the goal of looking at the special purpose building. But we're further away on the new construction than we are on the renovation. I expect that to proceed pretty quickly.
Thank you. On the special purpose building, since you brought that up, that's a pretty vague term. Steve, do you think you could detail some of what is expected there for the public?
I think we would be relying very heavily on the program management team to kind of evaluate what the service offerings or needs would be as they do their facility assessment at Rice Street, and then working in concert with DREAM, with the sheriff's office, identify what that purpose would be for the building. But again, I think we're too early days right now to speculate.
But I mean, I think we're still being really, really vague. So are we saying, is this behavioral health? Is this mental health beds? Is it medical beds? Is it what, I mean?
Clearly, there is a need for medical beds and behavioral health beds. So that would be, and again, Steve is correct, the PMT may come back with some different findings, but our expectation at this point is identifying our most critical need, and that lies with medical beds and behavioral health beds. Now, what other purposes that special purpose building may have, at this point we don't know, but what we do know is that those two areas are going to be our principal focus.
Sure, I get that, and I think in a perfect world, there's enough budget to do all of those things, but it sounds like we don't have a lot of confidence in that, and I guess we won't really know till we see. But if we're able to do the renovations as you described to Rice Street and South Annex, but we're not able to build a special purpose building, what are the repercussions in terms of operations and continued degradation of Rice Street, and because we haven't moved people over into an additional building? I mean, how do we take this into consideration and not separate those things so completely that we move forward on the Rice Street and South Annex without this other part? Do you see what I'm asking?
Totally understand, Commissioner. I believe while they're not mutually exclusive, they are somewhat exclusive. The renovation or upgrade of the existing facility will extend the life of the existing asset. The issue is really one of projected jail population down the road. Do we see a continued increase in the number of behavioral health care needing inmates and/or medical care inmates? Do we have a need for more segregated inmate housing, things of that nature? So ultimately, our goal is to extend the life of the existing asset and explore the possibility of a special purpose facility.
I hear what you're saying, and we won't really know. But then that would beg the question again, if you're trying to design something in the current buildings, forget the new building at the moment, in case that doesn't get built, don't you then also have to take into consideration whatever upgrades are necessary for mental health and medical? And if you're not, you see what I'm saying? They very much are hand in hand here. So I sort of feel like you can't do one without the other. You kind of have to know what you can, if we're building another building or not.
I would just say, and early in the presentation, that's why we would require, and what will go in the scope of work for the RFP, we will require the PMT to come with different scenarios and options so that it's not just a one-size-fits-all, right? It's what works for the county, but again, keeping under that maximum allowable budget range. So we will have a lot of work to evaluate what that looks like. It's not just a single proposal.
Thank you, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And Joe, you keep kind of looking, I think you're looking at my notes, because you mentioned extending the useful life of the buildings. What is, I mean, have we done some calculations, or are we expecting the team to do some calculations on how long, how many years we will get out of this work? And is there a a cutoff point at which it does or does not make sense to do it this way. In other words, if we get 5 years out of it, is it worth it? If we get 10, maybe it isn't worth it at 5 years, but it is worth it at 10. So I'm just wondering, like, what is the number of years that we get for this price tag of up to 300 million that is a yes or no, sort of from an analysis and advice perspective?
The direct answer is we don't know. To be perfectly honest, a lot of this is going to depend on the facility condition assessment and how I envision this process to go. A lot of the work is going to be major system replacement. And with those new systems, you get your manufacturer's warranty, you get the manufacturer's recommended useful life. When combined with a robust maintenance program, your goal is to keep those major systems running for what the manufacturer recommends. But to be able to nail that down today, we're simply not in a position. I could tell you one of the things we're going to do is replace the roof. It'll last 20 years. That's what we're going to get as a warranty. But there are so many other factors that play into how well the building holds up over time.
Yeah, I get that. A couple more questions, and then I'll let the next person go. But one of the things that I wasn't here, obviously, when the initial RFP was done for the jail feasibility study. But one of the things that seemed to be a pretty important part of that was there was a distinction between the group that was doing the feasibility study, which would be comparable to the group that's phase one of this, right? Because we're essentially starting over here with a new feasibility study, not for a new building, but for a project. And there was a very clear distinction that that group not be the program management group and the design group, and that be separated so that there was no incentive for those doing the assessment to say things are worse than they are or whatever it is in order to get the job to build, to do, et cetera. This seems to be that we've decided against doing that here, and we're hiring the same team of people to do the first two phases. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So it's important to understand that as a part of the RFP specifications, the program management team that we're bringing on is also, as a part of that team, bringing on the trade or individual area specialists, whether it be mechanical, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, whatever the system trades that we need, to be a part of their team. They will actually be performing the assessment. What they will not be doing is the implementation. That will be a separate phase, a separate bid out to multiple vendors or a single GC, depending on what we think is the best approach at the time. So as it relates to the fox watching the hen house, where we are combining this together is not a problem. It would be if aspects of the PMT were now responsible for delivering the work.
Is there going to be something that officially denotes that in the purchasing process?
Yes, there
Okay.
will be a prohibition
Okay.
listed in the RFP.
Gotcha, thank you. On the RFP itself, I know you're asking to release that this month. Is that already written, or where are we on that process?
Yes.
Okay, because, thank you. I think the reason I'm asking is because what's being delivered to us here in terms of what's in the RFP is pretty high level and vague, and I'm just wondering, it's not a criticism, I'm just wondering how much information is there in there, for example, about meeting modern day standards for jails. Is there anything in there about that?
I guess just a point of clarification, Commissioner, are you referring to the attachment B that has the detailed scope or the high level?
Oh, God, no, I'm saying the high level, sort of what we're going through right here is very high level.
That was meant to just be high level, but attached, and I believe it is to the public, what the draft scope of work, so the specific phase one and phase two, everything around the assessment, the specific systems that they would be assessing,
Gotcha.
Evaluating, and then a very detailed description of once it moves over to the planning, design, construction, very specific what the expectations would be. And absolutely, as you said, we would be seeking out firm that has expertise in correctional environments.
Okay, yeah, it's sort of, this is what the public sees. They don't, I mean, not that it's not available, but it's not detailed
Yes, ma'am.
at this level. So I just wanted to make sure, because you know, when we were talking about building a new building, one of the things we were talking about, of course, was some of those square footage issues around the current jail, and you know, having sort of more square footage per person, unencumbered square footage, and all.
ACA
Yes, all
guidelines,
those,
yes.
exactly. So I just wanted to make sure that
And
people
we actually
understand
have
that as they're listening to us talk, that this is all part of that conversation.
Yes.
I had one other question, but I don't remember what it was, so I'm going to let somebody else go. If it comes back to me, I'll get back in the queue. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. How much did we spend on the jail feasibility study that we already did?
Roughly 2 million, sir.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Roughly 2 million, Commissioner Arrington.
Hold on, slow down. Stand. You're leaning over and you're not in front of the microphone and it's not clear when you say it. Please say it again.
Commissioner Arrington, I don't have the number in front of me, but I believe it was about $2 million.
Yes,
sir.
$2 million?
Yes, sir.
And what is the anticipated cost of doing this feasibility study?
We would still need to estimate that. I think we would also look at it as a full package, both the assessment as part of the phase 1 and then the oversight and management of phase 2, but I do not have that number today, sir.
Madam County Attorney, do we have any information or update from the Department of Justice?
We do not. We don't know exactly what time frame within which they will provide us their final report.
Is it possible for us to request an update from them?
We certainly can. I will do that.
Because what's currently being proposed looks like we won't start anything until 2026. And by then, we would have probably wasted another $2 million. So we'd probably be up to $4 or $5 million wasted by then. So I heard you talk about a physical condition assessment. How much do we anticipate that's going to cost?
Unfortunately, we won't be able to know that answer until such time as we get the pricing back from this PMT bid, as that team will be responsible for the assessment. What I can typically tell you is that historically, we did a facility condition assessment of approximately 116 buildings in 2016, and the cost was roughly $550,000. Not saying that we can extrapolate from that what this will cost, but to give you some sort of idea that the total square footage covered in that particular year is much greater than what we'll be asking them to do now.
Now, I'm familiar with physical condition assessments. Typically, when you do that type of assessment, you also do a reserve study to know how much you keep in reserves for the ongoing maintenance and upkeep. Are we anticipating also doing a reserve study?
Yes, as a part of a facility condition assessment, there's always an ongoing operations and maintenance recommendation from the assessing entity.
The 2016 assessment that you mentioned, was that the Faithful Gould assessment?
Yes, sir.
Was the jail one of the 116 buildings included in that assessment?
No, sir.
Good Lord have mercy. Was the South Annex included in that assessment?
No, sir.
Do we know how much we're spending annually on maintenance and upkeep of the Wright Street facility?
I can tell you that for the Rice Street, just off the top of my head without the number in front of me, for fiscal year FY23, we spent $6.3 million on the maintenance of all 3 locations.
And all 3 locations, that's Rice Street, South Annex, and
Alpharetta Annex.
And Alpharetta Annex.
Yes, sir.
If you had to guess, and I understand you don't have the numbers in front of you, what percentage would you allocate that would, of that 6.3 was for Rice Street and was for the South Annex and for Alpharetta?
Roughly 80%.
80% was for Rice Street?
Yes, sir.
And what, maybe 10% for each of the other 2, or?
More like 18 and 2.
18 for the South Annex?
Yes, sir.
And 2% for the Alpharetta Annex?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm not going to be able to support this. I believe we need a new facility. The facility is crumbling apart, and I believe that this is the wrong direction. So I wish y'all well.
Commissioner Ellis.
I want to thank y'all for the work you've done on this. Obviously, I think that the thing I'm excited about this is this gets us out of the phase of talking on stuff and into the mode of getting something done, and getting something done really in a much more accelerated fashion than we would have if we'd been pursuing any kind of build. And it's done in a thoughtful way. I think we learned from some of the mistakes that we've made in terms of the way that the prior feasibility was constructed, and obviously, the information was gleaned from that can be used to inform kind of the response that these folks are going to provide and get us to a point of what would be an optimal result for the county. So I just want to thank you for the work. I want to thank you for getting it here to us in an expedited fashion, and look forward to us moving ahead on this. One thing that I did want to just sort of note, I mean, we're going to get out of here some ideas around special purpose facility and/or probably likely facilities, right, in terms of what they may bring forth. In terms of the financial model that you developed, the assumptions were really more around sort of the near-term expiration of TADs and so forth, correct? So there wasn't really any looking at out past 2020, 2030, 2031, and that sort of thing with expiration of other TADs. Is that correct? In terms of sort of the modeling that you did?
Yes, sir. What we presented today only carried us through the closure of the Atlantic Station TAD expected in 2025.
Yeah.
And there will be others,
Right.
28, 29 perhaps. That's the information we need to confirm with Invest
Right.
Atlanta.
So as we bring, as we start to do, the work that would come out of here, it could start as late as 2025. Probably the wrap up on that sort of stuff is probably going to be, well over a year, I would imagine. Not asking you for any sort of timeline, but we've got other significant TADs that are expiring, i.e. the largest one, the Beltline TADs estimated to expire in 2031. And I think our proportional funding of that's is probably in the neighborhood of $23 million or so. So, as you phase this through, there are opportunities to kind of continue to build upon the work, and there'll be phases and streams of additional revenue and opportunities for us to look at, at different points in time. So, again, thank y'all for the work, and hopefully we'll get this thing passed today and allow us to kind of get moving on a much-needed issue.
Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. First and foremost, let me say that I appreciate the work that you all have done on this. I think that as legislators, elected officials, sometimes we forget that it is sometimes fluid with the things that we ask you all to do. And in my appreciation, when you have to stop on a dime and change around and go another direction, and you have to do it with precision, we expect for you not to make any mistakes and to be absolutely perfect. And so what I want to say to you, in my appreciation, I think this is aggressive. I think given what we had earlier stated versus what we need now, which is not abnormal, County Manager. It is not abnormal. I think about my nephew when I was helping him to purchase a brand new home 2 years ago. He was already all excited to get a brand new home. Then he saw he was going to have to deal with an HOA. Then he saw he was going to have to deal with all these rules and regulations that he had not anticipated and money in the long run. So he decided to buy something and refurbish it. It was in a traditional older neighborhood. He didn't have to deal with the HOA. He was able to do the things in his backyard. He's a gardener. He wanted to do. And so we change the way that we do things daily in our own lives. So there is nothing different from this. I would be remiss if I didn't say I was the biggest proponent of a new jail. I came in with the task because I saw what the jail looked like before I even came down here. But the reality that sunk in, and it sunk in very quickly, is that we do not have public support for a new jail. We have public support for alternatives. We have public support to do something because we have had several deaths in that jail. We have public support to deal with our justice system. And so I'm not going to lay the burden of you all solving a problem that you all didn't create. But I will ask, based on your expertise and the fact that we do not have the DOJ report back in, which may change some of the things that you have brought forward. And the fact that you have already done an assessment that you can hand over and say, look, these are your critical areas, is an added plus. And so I will support this, and I will support this because to do nothing is to continue to pay suits that we're getting. To do nothing is to continue to tell the public that we will not make the hard decisions when we need to make them. So I will support this, and I will ask that you all, or I will say that I appreciate what you all have done in my appreciation in an extremely timely manner. And I think it's aggressive considering what the tax-paying citizens of Fulton County want. Thank you.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
I remembered my questions. One was, and I think Commissioner Aaron got at this a little bit in asking about the assessment that was already done. But there was an assessment done as part of the jail feasibility study that was delivered to us in March of 2023, I believe it was. So I guess my question on that front is there anything, and I know we sort of agreed, or at least in concept agreed, that we sort of were willing to and wanted some kind of a second opinion essentially on, what the feasibility study put forward. But I'm just wondering if there's anything that can be used from the assessment we've already done, because it's not that long ago, so it's not that much has changed since then.
Agreed, ma'am. The assessment, there was a facility assessment as part of the feasibility study. It will absolutely be handed over to the new team. I don't think it went nearly as in-depth. It didn't go nearly as in-depth as we will need this team to do their assessment. So it will be usable information, but what we're asking here is going to be much more significant.
Okay, and then on the last slide, I think it was, you mentioned one of the sort of unknowns, and you don't have to go to it, I'm gonna tell you what it was. But you talked about needing a plan for outsourcing, and just to be clear, you're talking about outsourcing of inmates specifically, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. during the renovation phase, they will need to empty significant portions of the jail in order to get in there and make the upgrades. And so we will need a location for those inmates. And so we would just ask the PMT to help us with that.
And so, but is that factored into the cost? Is that, because we can't use the bond for that, right? I mean, that's a whole separate thing.
No, we can't. We would have to consider additional cost if we are not able, depending on what the consultants say. Part of this is the logistics, like how many, when they would have to be moved, for how long, all of those various components. So it may be that we could work it into our existing relationships, but we may require additional relationships. And if that is the case, then those dollars are unknown. So there may be some additional costs associated with additional inmate outsourcing beyond what we already have in play now.
Okay, so, and we right now have no idea what that budget could be, because we really have no idea how many people and for how long. That's the gist of that.
I would say that's accurate, yes, ma'am.
One other question for you, Madam CFO, since you're engaged at the moment. The numbers you've given here it's a pretty broad range of the amount we can borrow. And I understand that's all we know right now in terms of the, what was it, 85 to, what'd you say,
Yes, 85 to 150,
Yes.
like per $10 million in debt service.
But that's a pretty big margin. So
And it's based on, it's, the margin there is connected to the term. So if we can do, if we're limited by some reason to only be able to do a 10-year bond, then the amount of proceeds will be less.
Okay.
So that is the reason for the difference is going from 10 to basically 30 years.
So when do you anticipate, and what information do you need in order to know that? Is it like the roof is going to last 20 years, therefore you can borrow 20 years worth?
It will ultimately be the information that comes back from the facility condition assessment, along with any sort of plan for a special purpose new facility. So once we have what that plan looks like, then we'll be in a better position to put together the real plan of finance for how we will be able to finance each component of what needs to be done.
Okay, so it's not just 170 sort of or 300. It's like depends, right? Somewhere in between potentially for
based on
do different pieces and parts.
Based on the outcome of the condition assessment and ultimately their recommendation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, guys.
Commissioner Thorne.
I'm going to call the question.
All right, question has been called. Is there a second? All right, let's vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open. I'll call the question. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
On the main motion, which is to approve by, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, next item.
Commissioners' action items, 2404.
Chair. It's 126.
And? It's noted. What's your pleasure? All right, you have entertained a motion to recess for lunch. Executive session items of real estate, personnel, and litigation.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session. Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 3 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Let's vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation presented in item 4?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 5?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Unanimously with Vice Chair.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation presented in item 6?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Is there a motion to approve the request for presented in item 7?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority presented in item 8?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Is there a motion to approve the request for authority for the county attorney to finalize negotiations and for the county manager to execute a resolution agreement in the matter of Department of Education OCR docket number 04-24-4024?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
No further action items from executive session.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 8, Commissioners' action items. 240487, request approval of ordinance amending the purchasing contract of Code of Laws of Fulton County by adding a new Division 14 to the Purchasing Code of Fulton County, Georgia, relating to constitutional officers' use of the Purchasing Department and Purchasing Code, and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Commissioner Ellis.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdu Rockman. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Colleagues, I believe that this proposed ordinance is unconstitutional. I do not believe that we as county commissioners have the authority to limit money once it is given to a constitutional officer. We heard from our probate judge earlier today. It appears that we will have 159 probate judges, 159 sheriffs, 159 tax commissioners, and 159 clerks of superior courts all suing us for attempting to do this. Because if you do this in Fulton County, then every other county in Georgia is going to try to do it, and they are going to push back. Now, there is a process, however, there is a process. There is a path to getting this accomplished. And frankly, I think there's some other things we should do, right? I don't think that they should be able to keep the money that they get. So I'm with you in spirit. I don't think clerk of Superior Court should be able to keep money from passport fees. I don't think probate judges, these people are public officials. I think the money that they collect should go to the county coffers. But there's a process. That process requires us to go to the Georgia legislature and to get them to pass a law. And then, because it's the Constitution, the voters have to vote on it. It's a constitutional amendment that is required to take these steps that you're trying to take in this ordinance. A constitutional amendment is required. And in order to obtain a constitutional amendment, you have to get the legislature to first pass it, then you have to get the governor to sign it, and then you have to get the voters of the state of Georgia to do it. And this resolution, while its intent is well received, not only is it problematic, but it's going to cost us a lot of money. And we're sitting up here talking about we don't have money for this and we don't have money for that. Spend $2 million on a jail feasibility study that we're going to wash down the toilet. And we want to invite legislation from 159 constitutional officers times 4 around the state of Georgia. Colleagues, I would really caution you against taking this step that you're trying to take. If you want to take this step, the process is to go to the legislature and then go to the voters of the state of Georgia. That is the process. We are not constitutional officers. Our arms aren't long enough. Our arms aren't long enough to touch people that are constitutional officers. We do not have the authority to do this. Now, y'all can vote how y'all want to vote. Y'all do that all the time. It's going, hey, it is what it is. I'm just telling you, county commissions and county commissioners do not have the authority to impose restrictions on constitutional officers.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Arrington said most of what I would have said. I just have one question, Madam County Attorney. Is there any other county in Georgia that has this rule?
I'm not aware of them. There may be, but I'm not aware of any.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Ellis.
To listen to some of this dialogue, you would think that the world was about to come to an end. Okay. This was drafted by an attorney who knows the law, and she's recommended it, and it's all within the scope of the law. We've clearly had brought to our attention by one of the preeminent specialists in reviewing sort of government spending to highlight that we have an issue in this area that needed to be cleared up and recommended that we clear it up. And what's brought forward here is not only in the spirit of what should be happening, it's legally what should happen. And there are two distinctive issues here. Number one, which everybody seems to try to obfuscate and bring in, kind of other crazy arguments. Number one, there's this concept that constitutional officers have discretion and control with the spend funds within their budget, and us to not engage in sort of operational questions around that. That is not what this ordinance does. It still allows that full discretion for them to do so. What this does do is it requires those constitutional officers, like everyone else, to comply with county law when it comes to purchasing and run their purchasing through our procurement policies. So let's just read a little bit of the purpose here. And it's unfortunate that we have some of our brighter legal minds in the county that didn't read this in the way that they came down here and represented this in public comment. Purpose. Although constitutional officers are afforded certain independence in the performance of their respective duties, the Board of Commissioners, this is where it gets into that sort of, dual powers, if you will, separation of powers, is charged with controlling the budget of Fulton County and has the authority to review, approve, or modify constitutional officers' budgets. Further, the code requires that all supplies, materials, and equipment purchased using county funds shall be purchased or procured according to the purchasing code. Despite these provisions, constitutional officers in Fulton County have sometimes elected to solicit and/or procure goods and services without utilizing the purchasing agent in the Fulton County Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance. I will pause here and offer an editorial note that while some have brought to come down here and threaten litigation and say that we're going to be subject to additional cost, my colleagues, we have already been subject to tremendous additional cost and more cost on top of that than we would ever entertain because of constitutional officers not complying with our purchasing code and going rogue, so to speak. So the risk of doing nothing and not changing our code is going to cost us considerably more, and it already is. Thus the action today. This selective use of the Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance in the code has resulted in confusion. Additional funds needed to be allocated by the Board of Commissioners to the constitutional officers' budgets, difficulty complying with the reporting and auditing requirements, challenges to the efficient processing and reconciliation of payment and accounts, and, emphasis, has exposed the county to legal liability. Accordingly, this division details constitutional officers' duties with regard to the use of the services of the purchasing agent and compliance with the code. Section 102-487A, constitutional officers shall utilize the purchasing agent and the Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance's procurement processes and procedures outlined in the code, except as otherwise provided in this division. And constitutional officers shall only enter into contracts and agreements supported by funding in their budgets as follows. Constitutional officers shall utilize the purchasing agent and the Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance, which uses a competitive solicitation process and procedure as outlined in Division 3 of this code. Something that our citizens demand of us, that we are transparent and that we have competitiveness in the purchasing process. Constitutional officers shall comply with the requirement and makeup of the evaluation committee composed pursuant to FCC 102-380 when applicable, except that they shall be permitted to select all the voting members from their staff, provided that the staff have the expertise and knowledge required by such provision. Constitutional officers shall also be permitted to participate as voting members of the evaluation committee. This next paragraph, I would ask you to pay explicit attention to, as this gets at this whole issue of you, the Board of Commissioners, can't tell me what to do. After utilizing the purchasing agent and Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance, constitutional officers may execute contracts without having the contracts or agreements go to the Board of Commissioners for approval and without being spread on the minutes of the Board of Commissioners pursuant to OCGA 36-10-1. All right, I'm not going to continue to read this further. There's two other paragraphs to it, but I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. This allows for the constitutional officers to have the powers to expend funds within their discretions of their budgets, but it requires them to adhere to our county law and the purchasing code. This is perfectly legal and also perfectly makes a lot of common sense to all of our taxpaying citizens. And quite frankly, if we have constitutional officers that want to challenge that and say that they could be kings and queens and not have to comply with any sort of county law in the current purchasing procedures, then shame on them. And I hope we get full support on this as the board. And I want to thank Chairman Pitts for his leadership in bringing this forward.
Commissioner Thorne, Bridget Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Ellis just so eloquently spoke of. For those in the public that may not be aware, I mean, we are sued for poor contracts that a constitutional officer has entered in. So it is costing us a lot of money already. And we as commissioners, that's one of our sole responsibilities to make sure that we are responsible with the taxpayers' funds. And the taxpayer funds are being wasted in frivolous lawsuits that could be avoided had they gone through a purchasing procedure. So I am in support of this. I think on a statewide basis, it should probably be rolled out. I would encourage our legislatures to perhaps look at this, but you know, when you go to these ACCG meetings with all the other commissioners, they don't have the problems we have. And we're the ones who are always having to have legislation drawn up on the problems that we have. And it's all of our constitutional officers, the ones that came down here, they aren't the problem. They all follow the guidelines and go through purchasing already anyway. It's just there's one, possibly two problem areas, and we're having to do this for everybody. So I apologize to our constitutional officers that are abiding by the rules, and it looks like we're coming down on them. We're not. But we're sorry that we have to put this in place just to protect the taxpayers' dollars.
Vice Chair Abdur Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, you've been on this board way longer than I have, and it looks as though up until now, we didn't need this. I would even venture to say we didn't need a vehicle policy until it was abused. And so I, for one, is not trying, and I don't think this in any way, shape, or form is trying to undermine the authority of the constitutional officers. I think a lot of times as elected officials, we forget our first duty is to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. That's our first duty. And I think a lot of times we forget that, and we have procedures in place when we forget that. However, and here again, I'm, for the sake of the listening public, because my phone's blowing up, County Attorney, I don't mean to put you, I don't want you to, because I know we have to be very careful with the pending litigation. But my question to you is, if we had this policy in place already, would it be a chance that that particular litigation that Commissioner Thorne spoke to may not be an issue? And answer that the way, whatever way you can, adhering to our rules.
I mean, it's hard to predict exactly what would have happened. However, if we do have standardized financial protocols, financial safeguards that everyone abides by throughout the county in the spending of public funds, it is certainly advantageous to us in terms of defending if everyone's abiding by uniform protocols for expending public funds.
And I would venture even more to say that the person exercising their right that they feel constitutionally they have to go outside of procurement does not dismiss us from the audit. We will still be part of the audit. Should we be audited by the IRS? Is somebody on the county manager's team? Can you say if that was true or not? If perchance we were audited even if they went outside of what we have as the procurement process here, if we were to be audited as a county?
If they were referencing our tax ID number, yes, it would be included in any audit related to that tax ID number.
So I'm of the opinion that to put safeguards in place when they are needed mean that someone has decided to sidestep what I consider a process and a procedure to safeguard the money. I'm not saying anything is being done wrong with the money, but we know, even in our own lives, that we must have a system in place when we deal with contracts. And sometimes we have to have a process in place when we deal with contracts, especially if the person that's signing the contract does not have the set of eyes that they need, or they may not have the knowledge that they need to enter into that particular contract without making the entire county liable. And so I will be supporting this because I feel like our first duty is to the Fulton County taxpaying citizen. I do not want to hamstring or undermine any constitutional officer's obligation or their duty to their role of their elected position. However, they are in that position because of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County. So we must have procedures that individuals will not sidestep in order to make sure that the liability will not be a burden on the Fulton County taxpaying citizen.
All right, Commissioner Arrington?
It's funny to hear us talk about Fulton County tax-paying citizens. I'll tell y'all what, I'll support this if y'all add in there that they can't keep that money that they get from them fees in the probate court and at the clerk's office and the tax commissioner, then I'll support it. Because what are we talking about? We got people collecting $300,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year on top of their salaries. We have people, let me say that again, we have people collecting $300,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year on top of their salaries. So if we're worried about the tax-paying citizens of Fulton County, let's go get that money too. If you want my support, put that in there and I'll support it.
Commissioner Natalie Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I wanted to ask Commissioner Ellis, where were you reading from when you were reading earlier about the contracts?
From the revision to the ordinance, what we're voting on.
Okay. I'm going to read from, 1 second. The constitutional officers, budgeting, contracting, and other critical issues, a guide for county commissioners, 4th edition of ACCG, page 28. And it is called Inherent Power to Contract. In addition to the specific contractual authority listed in the previous section, the Georgia Supreme Court has now given constitutional officers the inherent authority to enter into contracts that relate to their official duties, even when there is not a specific law that authorizes the contract. For example, while there is no state law authorizing the sheriff to enter into a contract for inmate health services, the sheriff has a duty to provide medical care to prisoners placed in his or her custody. Consequently, the sheriff has the inherent authority to enter into contracts with medical care providers. In the case of the Superior Court clerk, contracts may not be entered into to purchase services, supplies, or equipment authorized by OCGA 15-6-50 through 15-6-99 that require expenditure of county funds unless the funds are included in the clerk's operations budget when the contract is executed. Presumably, contracts of other constitutional officers must also be within the budgetary limitations of the constitutional officer contracting to expend county dollars. Contracts entered into by constitutional officers are not required to be included in the minutes of the Board of Commissioners. Therefore, there is no central repository for all county contracts. Members of the public researching the county's contractual obligations must contact each of the constitutional officers to find this information. And it goes on to speak to everything that we are discussing right now. And this is based on the legal input from the lawyers of ACCG and the contributors of this guide.
Commissioner Ellis?
And the amazing thing about this ordinance is it is written just in the spirit as all the ACCG guidelines that are there and then what you just talked about. And furthermore, if you go on and read in that document on page 35 of 45, the Board of Commissioners has the legislative power to adopt clearly reasonable ordinances, resolutions, or regulations relating to its property, affairs, and local government for which no provision has been made by general law. The Board of Commissioners still has the authority to establish certain procurement rules and forms for all county government branches. Continuing on. Constitutional officers are bound by the law of the jurisdiction like any other official and would be required to follow the purchasing ordinance as long as the ordinance was not drafted in a way that attempted to control where the constitutional officer spent the money in his or her budget. And again, I would highlight that provision that I read where there is no requirement that they bring it forth to this board for approval. And they have the ability to enter into those contracts, but they are required to run those through purchasing and be consistent with the purchasing law. This is consistent with the law, it's consistent with the expectations of our citizens, and it's consistent with the guidance that's offered to us by ACCG. And I imagine it's pretty dang consistent with what goes on in every other county, most every other county in the state of Georgia. But unfortunately, as some commissioners have alluded to, we've had some folks that have chosen to go in a direction which really sort of tests the boundaries of this and require us to be explicit in the way that we feel this government should be run for our citizens. Commissioner Arrington, I agree with you that those other things should not occur, but we can't talk out of both sides of our mouth and try to say something's against the law and then advocate for something that we've already advocated to try to eliminate, but we've told that the law doesn't allow us to usurp it. So hopefully we will be unanimous in the support of this and send the right message for all our citizens.
Other comments? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. The motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. It is seconded by Vice Chair Abdur Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
On page 9, 240488, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 1, Article 2, Division 1, to create a new section 101-76 of the Fulton County Code of Laws to provide procedures for district and full appointments to boards, commissions, task force, committees, councils, and authorities affiliated with or operating on behalf of Fulton County, Georgia, to provide that all appointees serve at the pleasure of either the nominating commissioner for district appointments or the Board of Commissioners for full board appointments, and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
We passed a rule that we were not going to do any of this stuff individually until we got all of our rules together. And so this item being on the agenda is in violation of what we passed at our meeting when we said we were going to do all of our organizational rules, we were going to revamp all of our organizational rules at one time, and that we were not going to bring them back individually, in a piecemeal basis. And so I submit to you that this item should not be on our agenda, and that pursuant to the previous vote that we took, that we would not take these items in a piecemeal fashion, that this item should be included with all the other items that we are including in the revamping of our board procedures.
Commissioner Ellis?
When did we say that? I mean, I'm being serious. I mean, I don't recall us having voted something that was put forth before us that we voted on.
At one,
You know, so some unannounced thing that we talked about.
at one of these work sessions, that we're going to be talking about these work sessions later on in this meeting, it was stated and approved that we would not bring individual items before us. That is not an incorrect statement, but it's before us. And I support it, and I think it's timely.
You support
Yes, sir.
this item?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know what we said we prohibited we from bringing forth our own legislation to talk about, but so I don't know what even that's reference to, so I'll continue to sort of listen to what this is about and hear it out.
So, Madam County Attorney or Mr. Chair, I mean, Mr. Chair, if you're saying that we did approve that and this is part of that, then we should not go forward with hearing this item. Madam County Attorney?
I don't recall specifically if that was done, but I do think that sounds familiar, that you may have voted that that's how you are going to proceed.
The chair admitted that it was approved.
But on the other hand, you can also decide to proceed in a different manner today if you so
Thank you.
choose. But I do recall what you're saying.
How can we choose, if we already voted that we were not going to bring individual items like this and that we were going to include them with all of the other items, how are you saying that we can do that today?
I mean, you didn't pass a law that you're prohibited from bringing it forward. You agreed that you were going to proceed in that manner.
Thank you.
And today you could agree to proceed in a different manner if you so choose as a body.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrett?
Commissioner Arrington is correct. I mean, we did, listen, I fully support the content of this particular resolution. I think it's fine, but I do agree with Commissioner Arrington that we did, in an official board meeting, that was open meeting, on the record, take a vote, and the vote was that we would not bring these items up individually. And this was clearly one of the things in that mix, because it was assigned in particular to a task force that you, Mr. Chairman, myself, and Commissioner Arrington were all assigned to, along with the clerk. And it was like all of us were talking about boards, authorities, task forces. There was a whole group of us to talk about that. So he is correct. And it does seem sort of absurd if we're going to vote on doing something and then just immediately undo it, unless there's an urgent reason to do this one separately, which I haven't heard presented. So I'm going to make a motion to hold.
Is there a second to the motion to hold? All right. There's a motion on the floor to hold. I hope we vote against the motion to hold. Madam, you ready?
Yes.
You want to be heard before we vote on the motion to hold?
To the next meeting.
What's your pleasure? Vice Chair, you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, motion on the floor is to hold.
I'm not sure that we took a vote on it. I understand it was in the work session, but I don't recall us taking a vote at the BOC. So
No,
if we, in fact, we did.
Just a minute, 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 just a minute. I can clarify this.
Thank you, Chairman.
In the conference room on the 10th floor, there was a verbal motion made, and I voted to do so. However, that does not preclude us from taking a different action today. You have to continue.
Okay, Chairman, so just for the clarification of the public, a vote in a conference room versus
It was an advertised meeting.
okay, it was an advertised meeting, okay. So it would, okay, I withdraw, I withdraw.
All right, Commissioner Thorne?
I mean, honestly, I don't remember a formal vote. I just, maybe more a gentlemanly agreement. And I have no problem holding till August 7th, because I don't think, any major appointments need to be made if
Well,
that's.
you got an issue coming up right now that we just discussed, that this is.
Well, okay, I do see that. But, yeah, I mean, Commissioner Arrington, with all due respect, when are we going to have have you worked on the things that you're supposed to work on and come before this board? Back in January, that was a
Ma'am, I brought a resolution 2 years ago for the change of the full board appointment policy and the district board appointment policy. I brought a resolution last December to get rid of the Fulton County Housing Authority. I'm 6 months ahead of y'all every time.
Yeah, but there are things that we're all supposed to be working on, and then, if you actually work on it, then you get in trouble for bringing it forward. But, do we wait till the next session and then people don't show up? Like, we have a hearing today at 6 o'clock, and there's some commissioners that just decide not to come, not to stay. There's some of us that seem to be here every time, trying to get the quorum, trying to do the official things. So we just need to, I think we should just start chipping away at things. This is a very straightforward, our agenda was due on Wednesday, so we had a full week to meet with Chairman Pitts, to talk amongst ourselves, to decide, is this something good, is this something bad? So let's go ahead, I say, and let's approve it and not hold it any longer.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Madam Clerk, can you please confirm that we did in fact take a vote, just for clarity, and that it wasn't an open meeting?
I've said it 3 times.
I know, but there's some question about not remembering, and I just want it to be on the record officially that we took a vote.
Repeat that, and we'll deal with these special meetings later on in the meeting, because I think everybody's done with
Yes.
those anyway. Come on.
During the work session special call, there was a vote to hold all items such as this until you have.
There was.
Yes.
But today, we can change that, and that's what this seeks to do, because it's timely. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
I made the motion, so I know that it was made. The chairman confirmed that it was made. He said that he approved it, and he supported it and voted for it at that time.
I did.
And so then none of these rules mean anything. None of these rules that we adopt mean anything. None of them mean anything. If we're not going to follow the rules, nobody has to follow the rules. Guess what? There are no rules, y'all. There are no rules. There are no rules because we voted for something. We said we're going to follow a specific procedure because we're trying to amend all of our procedural manual, our processes and procedures. We voted that we were not going to do it in a piecemeal fashion and that we were going to do it together. We've been working on that But now we want to throw it all to the wind. Because just forget that we voted on it. That doesn't mean anything. Forget that we voted that we were going to handle all of these items together. It's the Wild Wild West. Yippee-ki-yay.
Commissioner Ellis?
I think the danger of, trying to record something in terms of a vote in a work session, and I think we've basically demonstrated this multiple times now. You don't have something codified. I don't even know what items such as this mean. I don't know technically whether this is a procedural rule, an ordinance. This is not something that y'all voted on where there's some sort of clear definition around what it means or doesn't mean. I wouldn't have supported it anyway, so, because I think that we ought to be discussing this stuff at our meetings, acting on them, and moving forward. And I think that having these work sessions to talk about, what kind of kindergarten rules we're going to come up with is not particularly productive. And I'd rather see us focus on actually governing, getting to the issues we've got at hand. So, I'm interested in hearing from, the chair who's brought this forward. And as I understood it, this was also with the input of Commissioner Barrett too, in terms of what the words on this page are. But, what does this do, why it's important, and why we should support it today? So that's my question for you, Mr. Chair.
All right, you want to respond? All right, so it is correct that Commissioner Barrett and I talked about this. She was in support of it the last time I talked to her, but that changes with the wind when you're dealing with certain commissioners. Anyway, this is very straightforward. It simply restates that a person on a board, commission, authority, et cetera, serves at the pleasure of the nominating commissioner, period. And if it's a full board nomination, that person serves at the pleasure of the full board of commission. That's all this does. Mr. Ellis, Mr. Barrett. No, I'm done. Mr. Barrett.
Okay. The disrespect is just really not called for, period. I fully support the content of this ordinance, fully. But Commissioner Arrington is correct. We did vote on this, and I mentioned this to you when we talked about it, and I'm only asking to hold it because I know we're about to have a conversation about how we want to proceed on the rules. So that's the reason I'm holding, not because I'm changing my mind with the wind, but because I want our word to matter. And when we take a vote, that is us as a board giving our word. That should matter. It should not be flip-flopping from meeting to meeting. And yes, I understand that it was in a work session, and so it is not documented on video, but it was documented. And that's the facts. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the content of this agenda item. I'm only asking that we hold it.
Anything else? Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, sir. I want to be real clear with y'all. They're talking about this was a work session. This was a duly advertised meeting of the Board of Commissioners, period. You could call it a kitchen if you want to. I don't care what you call it. It was a duly advertised meeting of the Board of Commissioners, and there was an affirmative vote of 4 commissioners. Now, that's what happened. And, Mr. Chair, I don't know how you could talk about Commissioner Barrett changing in the wind. You're the one that's changing in the wind. You're the one that said you voted for it.
I did.
And now you're voting to proposing to do something else. So I would consider that changing in the wind. Not what Commissioner Barrett is doing. Commissioner Barrett is honoring the previous vote of this board.
County attorney's already opined, and we are able to introduce new legislation, vote on legislation that may be contradictory to a previous action.
We're able to change in the wind. Thank you, County Attorney.
Anything else? I'd appreciate your favorable vote. We can move on, and we'll deal with that. Correct. hope that we would move forward, and we'll deal with these work sessions later on in the meeting.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion to hold fails, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
240452, request approval of a resolution of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to provide funding for a freestanding emergency department in the South Fulton area to be constructed and operated by the Grady Healthcare Corporation through the issuance of bonds via the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Dr. Rochelle, you want to give a little context to this? I think everybody knows what it is, and I hope everybody will vote favorably.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. First, let me thank each of you for the opportunity to brief you on this proposed partnership with Grady to establish an emergency services access point for the residents of South Fulton, specifically a freestanding emergency room. On June 26th, as a part of the county manager's operational report, we also had the opportunity to provide an update to the public and included this information in that report. Today, this resolution seeks to establish the financing mechanism as defined by our CFO, Sharon Whitmore, for a one-time investment of $19 million for the capital cost to establish this freestanding emergency department.
All right, any questions? Again, the motion on the floor is to approve. Motion for approval by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Ellis?
Can you outline the funding source which is proposed for this and how it will flow through and why you feel it is generally neutral to what our original plans were?
Commissioner, thank you for that question. How we had proposed funding this request for the $19 million contribution was, as stated by Dr. Rochelle, through a bond issuance by the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. We had proposed redirecting a portion of the $2.5 million that we had originally programmed in this year's budget as a recurring expense to support operations of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center, that we would use a portion of those monies instead to support the debt service. We had an estimated that annual debt service at $1.7 million. That amount may change depending on market conditions when we actually issue the bonds. And that we would then operate the Behavioral Health Crisis Center at the level that the state funding that's being provided would support. And I would actually ask Dr. Rochelle to provide comments on what that operating model would look like based on the state funding level that we'll receive.
Thank you, Sharon. So as we shared at the June 26th meeting, the operating model at the opening phase of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center will include the peer support program, which we term the living room. It will also include 24 crisis beds at $9.4 million annually.
So the differential will be what we have had in there as a recurring item. We would expect to stay contained within that figure in terms of once we issue the bond for the debt service associated with these bonds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At or below?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then how quickly could these bonds potentially be issued?
My understanding from our meetings with the hospital corporation is that they We're looking for the commitment now for the certificate of need purposes, but they would not be looking for the proceeds until sometime next summer. So we would not need to issue the bonds immediately.
Okay, so most likely would be it'd be a 2025 item in terms of the issuance of the bonds.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? The motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
Commissioners' presentation and discussion items, 240404. Report of CFO and Purchasing Director on implementation of the Cherry Becker procurement recommendations.
Madam CFO and
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's one additional item from executive session that I omitted.
Okay.
If I may offer that
Proceed.
motion at the time. Is there a motion to approve the appraisals and execution of resolution, authorizing publication of notice, and authorizing first closing and execution of the amended agreement regarding real property located at 146 Peachtree Street with Soto, with Soto 146 Peachtree Street LLC.
we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Dana Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
240404, report from CFO and Purchasing Director on implementation of the Cherry Becker procurement recommendations.
All right, Madam CFO, Madam Purchasing Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did submit to the board yesterday a memorandum outlining our response review comments, and I will turn it over to Felicia to walk you through the summary of that report.
All right, Ms. Strong Whitaker, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. As I stated in the summary, the majority of the recommendations had already been implemented. 8 of them, we are in the process of implementation. We did not agree with 4 of the recommendations, and we provided our reasons for that. And the others involved the constitutional officers, and I believe that has been addressed today.
Which 4 did you not agree with?
We did not agree with the one about renewals should not come before the Board of Commissioners. We did not concur with that one. The other one, hold on, I have to pull my document back up. I'm sorry. I was working, doing some other things, sorry.
Number 10 and number 12, I'm told.
Okay.
10, 12, and 18, 19. 10, 12, and 19, and 20.
I can't see it. Let's see. Okay, and number 10, that was regarding the renewals. Number 12 was, we do not agree with the automatic renewals to be added to any of our contracts. We do prefer before those agreements to come before this board for approval. Number 18. It was number 19. Encourage vendors to conduct training sessions for departments on products. We think this would be a conflict with our procurement process. And the final one is number 20. Consider establishing a centralized team to handle common purchases. Our procurement teams are already divided by teams A, B, and C, and K, and they are assigned to specific departments, and my teams can, based on the services that they provide for that department. They are very knowledgeable about what the department needs and what their needs are, and so we believe we are already organized in a way that is very efficient and works well for the departments.
Okay, I think those comments are all very reasonable. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, just momentarily, For the viewing public, could you just give the reason why you all feel that it's best for the renewals to come back in front of the board which is the best practice that you all want to do as opposed to the way that they had discussed it? Just summarize that, please. for me.
Sure. In my previous life, I was the purchasing director for the city of Atlanta, and I looked at other large organizations, and they do bring all of their renewals back to their governing authority. Some counties do not do that. But for us, I think it's best practices because the departments get to tell not only purchasing, but the board why this contract needs to be continued, if there is an increase in the spending authority required. And it's much easier for us to track and keep up with those projects. It's a practice that the county has had for quite a long time. The board had a policy regarding it. I see no reason to make that change.
I think it's a good policy, best of practices. So, but I just wanted the listening audience to know why you all thought that was best to stay in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, continue.
240445, discussion, outstanding water bill from City of Atlanta.
All right, Madam CFO, where are we? Any update?
No major new update, Mr. Chairman. We're still continuing our efforts to physically visit and verify accounts that are on the list provided by the city. And Finance and Dream are continuing the effort to map the payments that the county has made to the payments that the city has indicated they've received and posted to our accounts. And in anything that shows up with a discrepancy, we are researching to see if we have a check that was issued that the city is not, identifying on their list. In addition to that, at the last meeting, I think you brought this up, and I reported that we had a session scheduled with Atlanta Public Schools to speak with them regarding a similar exercise that they are going through. Hakeem and Joe were able to speak with APS, and we shared our approach and discussed with them their situation and their approach, and we also agreed to demo the energy cap system that we're using for and have been using since, I believe, 2015 to track our utility accounts and payments. So we're continuing the effort on our part to tie down all the payments. And I think we're about at a point where we may be ready to reach back out to the city, at least to review the list of accounts and identify those back to them that we believe they have on their list that do not belong to the county, while we continue to map our payments per our system to the payments that they have identified and posted in their system, and look for any discrepancies.
All right, Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, I appreciate the movement on this. However, I would like to publicly say that I would like to see some closure or some effort for a closure. This was something that was brought up during my campaign, and I think that we owe the public some type of closure to this. That's not to say that we are not doing what we need to do, and I thank you, Ms. Whitmore, for the work that you all are doing. But I would, Chairman, just put out there that I would like to see some movement on both sides and work to some type closure, since this was thrown out there as though, and I'm going to say it, as though we had all this money that we owed and we were not going to pay it. So, and I know it was doing the animal services contract and all that, and I know this is a political environment, but I think it is in the best interest of the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County and City of Atlanta for us to move this as expeditiously as we can, but to try to move to some type closure of whatever it is we do or don't owe, sir. Thank you.
I agree with that, but unfortunately, we don't meet again until when? Sometime in August, right? Unfortunately. So
Yeah, we actually don't have a meeting scheduled with them. Where we left it is we would take the list And we would come back and do our review and analysis on it. And shortly after our meeting, the city had its major water main break. And we've continued our efforts to review the list. Like I said, I think that we're at a point now on physically reviewing the all of the accounts that they have identified as our accounts, and we'll have some questions for them, and may need to go out physically with them to review some of the locations. So that's part of the process, is to first verify that what they're billing us for are actually our accounts. So I think we're close to having some resolution on that from our end. The second part of it is they gave us detailed data going back to 2008 on the 6 major accounts that they indicate have a past due balance. And we have been going through and trying to map payments from our system against the payments, the bills, and the payment information that they've shared with us, and looking for anything where we don't see a payment posted to see if we've got the check information and we can show them, well, we cut you a check and you cashed our check, but we don't see it applied against our account. So those are the kinds of things that we're going through now in this exercise. And in order to do that, in some cases, we are having to go into the record center and dig out boxes and go back and find the actual bills, the original bill that we paid, in order to trace it all the way through the payment process on our side. So it's taking time, but we're continuing the effort to work on it, because closure is the goal. As I stated very early on in this exercise, the goal is to get to a point where we have an amount that we either agree that we owe them, or we say, well, here's everything that we've paid you, and you've not shown us any documentation for anything beyond this date. And then that's where the county attorney's office would need to address whether or not we want to, make some sort of offer to the city to just settle, even if we don't think we owe it, or argue that we're not going to offer a settlement and have to resolve it some other way. So we're trying to do the research part on our end to get to a clean report out of what's been billed and what we've paid, tied out by check number and everything. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Chairman. I do understand that we want to be thorough. I get it. But Chairman, with all due respect, a narrative was put out there that we owed money, and we owed this large amount. So if I put myself in the shoes of telling my mortgage company that I made X amount of payments, and they said, no, Mr. Abdul-Rahman, you've only made these amount of payments, I'm going to immediately show them. And so, Chairman, with all due respect, and county attorney and county manager, I just want some sense of urgency. Now, I know we're having a lot of water main breaks in the city of Atlanta. So I get it. I understand that will take precedent over anything else, because that is a safety issue. However, I want to make my concern is that it was thrown out there. It was thrown out there several times. It was thrown out there on social media. It was thrown out there at meetings, at forums. It was thrown out there every time I turned around. So to me, we owe, and so does the city of Atlanta, owe as expeditiously as possible and as thorough as possible to bring this to a closure. So that's why I was saying my comments were, you can't throw something out there and then, we look up, it's summer 2025, and you're still saying the same thing. So that is my only concern. And I think that the spirit of what you said, Ms. Whitmore, is that you all are going to try to see if you can, get a meeting as soon as you can with them and see if we'll have some more movement. Thank you.
Thank you, and I agree with you, but my commitment to the mayor was and still is, if we owe anything, we'll pay it. but they got to prove to us that we owe it. Number one. Point number two, the issue of the statute of limitations having expired looms large over this as well, because theoretically, legally, is it 4 years, going back 4 years? That's still an outstanding question. And most of these, what they're talking about, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 years ago.
More like 20.
20, okay.
And the statute of limitations would depend on the type of debt and the dates, the circumstances of that particular debt, which until we have that information, we can't even run that analysis. But 20 years exceeds any statutory time period that we are aware of.
So keep pushing.
Please, because I think we owe it to the taxpaying citizens. If we owe, we owe. If we don't owe, we need to close it out. We need to give some type of closure to it. So thank you.
All right. Continue, Madam Clerk.
240446, options to confirm or deny allegations of a culture of corruption in Fulton County government.
All right, Madam County Attorney, you were making a report to us a couple of meetings ago about this. I don't believe you finished. And even today, that term came up again during public comment. And I'm really interested in who, if anybody, investigates us, the, 44 elected officials, if we are accused of wrongdoing.
So there,
Or do we have a free hand?
well, certainly no one is above the law, not any elected official or any citizen.
But who
But as-
specifically? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
As to elected officials, if a citizen suspects that there is any kind of wrongdoing or would like, it feels that there's a basis for investigation, there are several options. I mean, the obvious option is law enforcement, if you feel that there's a crime that may be committed, or the district attorney is an alternative to law enforcement. If you feel that there is an ethical violation in Fulton County, we do have a board of ethics. If the official is a state official, you may choose to go to the Attorney General's office. We also have Fulton County whistleblower procedure. If there is something that you feel is an appropriate subject for a whistleblower complaint, we have a process for receiving and investigating those complaints. If you feel that there is wrongdoing that is violation of county personnel policy and procedure, you can report that to the individual supervisors if they have one. To your question about elected officials, they do not have a supervisory chain within the county in the way that other employees do. So those complaints would be addressed to the first entities that I mentioned.
Which was?
Which was the district attorney's office, the attorney general's office, law enforcement, or the board of ethics. The other options you may have, depending on the position of the elected official, if they are a member of the judiciary, the JQC, the Judicial Qualifications Commission, investigates any allegations of wrongdoing. And if they are a member of the state bar, if they're a practicing attorney, there is a process through the state bar as well to investigate violations or failures of professional responsibility.
That sounds loosey-goosey to me. Commissioner, Vice Chair?
Chairman, I appreciate your efforts with this. I just want to say for the record, I saw a social media post, and the social media post said, I've come to the BOC and I keep asking for a forensic audit. And so we probably need to educate the public on when they're asking for forensic audits, what would trigger a forensic audit. Just coming down here and asking for it at the podium is because what I did, I inboxed this person. Well, they inboxed me and I said, listen, there are policies, procedures. If you have something in black and white, I suggest the areas that you said, county attorney, the AG, the district attorney, our county attorney as well. I put you in there, I hope you don't mind, but through the process. I I don't want the public, because this person did go back and she cleaned it up. I don't want the public to think that people are coming down here asking us for a forensic audit and we're just turning a blind ear to it, or we're like, no, we're not gonna do it. There are procedures in place, and as much as I think they understand what a forensic audit will bear what you're looking for something, I don't think they truly understand the process. And so and I hope I didn't give you too much, but I just wanted you to kind of opine on that a little bit as to what would trigger that, or what's the procedures, or what have you.
Well, I'm not sure if this is exactly responsive to your question, but I do want to say that probably a simple way of thinking of it is, for example, if you wanted to report a crime and you came down to our public comment and you said, this happened to me, someone robbed me, someone broke into my house, that does not necessarily trigger a police investigation, because you are here in public comment in a forum where you are expressing, you're utilizing your First Amendment right to express yourself. And this speaking your mind at public comment does not necessarily trigger any investigative process. So it is important for any concerned citizens to certainly, have their concerns addressed. But in order to do that, the best way is to address those concerns to the appropriate body that makes inquiries and investigates those types of concerns.
Thank you, County Attorney.
And it's also true, though, that we cannot restrict what the public comments that the public makes during public comments. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
Generally speaking.
For the most part, yes. It is very, people have a broad First Amendment right to express themselves. There are very, very limited circumstances, such as incitement of violence. If someone came down and said, let's do something violent and tried to rile people up, those types of circumstances that are very narrow can be restricted. But for the most part, this is a forum in which you have chosen to provide the forum, and the law provides a very broad right to express yourself as a citizen.
Okay. Commissioner Thorne.
On that regards, we get calls to audit the animal shelter, calls to audit the DA, calls. So that is true. I think the public needs to be a little bit more educated. Perhaps, Commissioner Ellis, you could chime in how what could trigger an audit. As a commissioner, we can request, but we have to have documentation, we have to have proof, we have to do something to get the audit board to approve our audit. It's not, we can't just blanketly say, go and audit the entire animal services department. Also, as a elected official, and also as a public commenter, when I was a public commenter, I didn't feel like I got listened to. Commissioner Ellis did give me a call, which I much appreciated. Chairman Pitts had a meeting with me, which I very much appreciated with.
I write down, listen, for the record, I write down everything that every person who speaks says.
I know you do, and so I appreciate that. I appreciate you listening, and a lot, as a frustrated citizen, just being heard, that is just something I need. We don't have to agree, but just being heard and just being listened to. So now as a commissioner, I have a heart for these people who come down here and comment as well. And I try to reach out if there's something that I think I can help with. I hope they'll hold me accountable to that. But when you text me, when you call me, when you email me, I feel like it is my duty to respond in some way, even if I can say, I don't know. I simply don't know, or if I can give direction, but just letting them know that they're being heard. And so I just encourage my fellow commissioners to pick up the phone, answer an email, go to great lengths, have a meeting with that person, to hopefully we can eliminate some of these public commenters that come down and just seem to be getting more irritated every time they come. From what I heard, my appointee on the Board of Assessors, which was appointed by my predecessor, he was very frustrated and sending lots of emails. And so she just put him on the board for taxes. And now he's one of my greatest board members that I have, and he really digs in and gets answers for me. So I just would like to make that comment as a commissioner comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam County Attorney, just for clarification, it's my understanding that, well, first of all, I want to talk about the comment you made about what we can and cannot restrict in terms of what we can ask of the public commenters in terms of what they say and don't say. I'm not saying I'm a proponent one way or the other, but we do restrict free speech in this room in that we don't allow placards and we give 2 minutes and we ask them not to curse, which is not inciting violence or any of those things. And it's also my understanding, before you answer, that there are other counties that have more specific rules about what can and cannot be said. And now I don't know what they do to enforce them, but they are, I want to say it's Henry County that has it, that they do specifically ask to the public commenters not to engage in personal attacks. And so I want you to please clarify, because your answer sounded like we're not allowed to do that, and it seems like maybe we are.
So broadly, under First Amendment, people, just as a starting rule, have a lot of discretion as to what they can say. In this forum, it is a limited forum. It's not like they're walking around on the street. They are coming into your meeting. You have offered a certain amount of time. So content neutral restrictions such as time, just because it would be impractical if they spoke for as long as they would like to, for as many people who come, then you would never be able to conduct your business. So because it is a specific kind of forum, those types of content neutral restrictions can apply, and that's appropriate. As to anything that pertains to content, like for example, the restriction you mentioned about personal attacks, there is diverging case law as to how strictly any kind of restraint on this type of speech is scrutinized. So we have historically erred on the side of providing the widest latitude from among the different legal guidance as to how much restriction is appropriate in this type of forum. Some restriction that is content neutral and to keep order and as to time and things like that is allowable. And that's why it's been instituted. But we probably are not exercising the maximum amount of constraint that we could try to as a county. But I think as a philosophical stance, this board has allowed a good bit of latitude up until this point.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to belabor the point. People get very passionate. People come down here. Sometimes they make it personal. Sometimes they don't. But then we have elected officials that do that. We have elected officials that go online and post a whole bunch of stuff they know good and well they should not be posting. And so we should not, one, ask the public to adhere to something that some of us have not done, for one. For two, in closing of this, I'm going to say that I think as a board, and you know, I can't speak for everybody, but as a board, generally speaking, everybody down here wants individuals to let us know how they feel. And sometimes we have to let individuals know. I've had people come down here and speak against me, but I still reached out to them. I still invited them to come to the office for us to have a sit down, because I think, like Commissioner Thorne said, when they're coming down here and we don't engage with them, and we're not supposed to engage with them doing public comments, there's a reason for that. But when they come down here and they keep coming, they're feeling like, okay, they're not really listening. They're just trying to get through the public comments. and that is not the case. But I think we, as being the largest county, and we do kind of set the tone in a lot of cases, that we offer a little latitude. Now, the cussing and threatening, I will never, ever support that. And I think we could be a little bit tighter on that. But I think the latitude that we should give them should also come with the instructions of how to reach out to us. For instance, I have my staff. I said, stop the person, tell them they can give me a call at so-and-so, so-and-so. I would like to have more information. Can you please give me your contact number? I think as sitting legislators, sitting commissioners, there are certain things that we can do to educate individually. I had a person, I think, when we first started, I was a demigod. I was the worst thing to him until he sat down and met with me. And I came out to his community, and he saw some of the things that I was doing, and he totally changed the way he felt about me. But I had to initiate some kind of contact. Now, I'm not saying that all the commissioners need to do that, because some of us communicate differently. But I'm saying we may need to understand that it is a two-way street, and sometimes we may have to educate the public.
Anyone else? And just for the record, and checking around, I think that we have by far the most liberal public comments policies of any surrounding jurisdictions. And I'm not, for one, I'm not interested in restricting what people say. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'm less concerned about the public comments and that sort of stuff that get made. But there've been what I'm concerned about is the number of the events that have happened that have caused a lot of that public comment to fester. And I hope as we move forward from today that a lot of the stuff that we've seen begins to abate and change. I think it's certainly important for people to understand that we have no really prosecutorial type authority, no criminal investigation authority, none of that stuff, which I believe you outlined, County Attorney. Maybe we should put a box up here for public comment, and that people can write in if they have comments about our courts, comments about the operations of, the sheriff, things that are beyond our control, tax commissioner, et cetera, and let them record them. Written, put them in a box, send them over to those officials, and send them over if they're things that are outside the scope of our investigatory powers, and send them to those powers that be. They feel like that they've got an avenue to get them addressed. I think we've all there are probably people up here that sitting up here that have expressed our concerns to different, parties and that so forth, and frustrated that they haven't acted more than what they have. But maybe that's something to explore, is sort of a mechanism for citizens to get their commentary related to certain individuals to the appropriate bodies so that they hear them. Not just coming down here talking to us and to try to assimilate that and get it to people. So I would welcome that if we wanted to do that. It's all of us up here, and I think that served in here that are either in elected capacity or work at Fulton County government. When bad stuff happens and bad headlines are written, it pisses us off, because we invest a lot of time and energy in trying to make this a good government for our citizens. And when we have fellow employees or fellow elected officials that abuse that and bring the kind of commentary forth that we've seen, it's tremendously frustrating. And I share that same sentiment with a lot of folks. But we are limited in what we can do. You can't audit your way around, kind of, and another elected official in the court system and that sort of stuff, and them exercising their powers and how they see fit, and the fact that you don't like it and that sort of stuff, right? There's just a lot of limitations on that. But we've done a lot of things. We took action on something today that came forward with purchasing. We do have a forensic audit going on of something right now that emanated from something we talked about back in the fall of last year. So that is ongoing. We have listened. We are trying to respond in the places where we can respond. And I think we emphasize that. But, we don't have the ability to remove these people. We don't have the ability to write the governor and say remove these people, write the AG and remove these people. That's not our role. But if we need to put a mechanism in place to allow people to do that, to direct them to the right parties, then I'm up for that too. But hey, I think regardless, when there are bad things that are going on, people need a place to speak. And if this is the body where they're going to come down and speak, then we shouldn't restrict that, on any means. So.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager, you were not here. We'll continue this morning when we started. I meant to announce, which I think is great news. Y'all hear me say all the time that Fulton County is a big deal, but the piece where we're ranked of the 128 counties in the United States of America, there's a poll that came out, and y'all ought to be proud of this. What does it say, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
3,128 counties and territories in the United States of America. And where does little old Fulton County rank?
So this is based on Site Magazine, which looks at economic development potential. We had made it into the top 20 a year or so ago. Now we're at number 3 out of 3,300 counties in the United States for economic development.
That's a big deal. We don't get credit for what we do, the good stuff, because all of the nonsense and foolishness, but others take notice of it. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
The next item is sponsored by Commissioner Arrington, 240448. Would you like to hold that?
Yeah, we'll hold that.
I don't think.
I'm sorry.
This information has been distributed actually by your office. These are just the minutes of the meeting.
Yeah.
So I think it's already done.
Okay.
240489, proposed dates for a BOC policies and procedural rules work session.
All right, this is what we were talking about earlier. Now, the sense I get from talking is there's little to no interest in continuing those meetings about policies and procedures in these work sessions. But let's talk about it and decide to go forward or decide to do away with it altogether. What's your pleasure? Ms. Barrett, you were the one that wanted this.
You go ahead. I'll wait till you finish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My interest in doing this as a package was in the interest of working together on this, that there are plenty of our rules that are just fine as they are, but there are more than a few that are either outdated or that we don't actually abide by currently, or that need adjusted to sort of be aligned with what many of us have talked about in various discussions on the dais, behind the scenes, et cetera, in terms of things like the one you brought forth today, Mr. Chairman, regarding our appointments. And so the goal was to try to do it as one packet so that the rules made sense together as a group. And, that was the goal behind it. We had split off into some various task forces and groups to do some individual things. We had several, I thought, relatively successful meetings. But, if this is not what the rest of the group wants to do, it's fine with me. It is what it is.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, well, I can only speak for me. And I can't say that I would not want to do it, but I do have concerns with making decisions in a work session, and then we come back, and I know it's publicized, and I know a lot of other things are done, but making decisions in work sessions and then coming to the full body, bringing it, I guess in some cases could be good, but in a lot of cases it's not. And the reason I say it's not, we already have the challenge of people having to weigh in on what we do. And we can say, well, we've got a work session, so-and-so date, and that it is publicized. But the reality is a lot of our individuals are not able to get here at the times that we have the work sessions. For me personally, the work sessions have not been conducive to, I believe, the spirit of what you intended. And now this is my personal opinion. But I feel like the work sessions in themselves have become politicized. Now, maybe somebody else wouldn't say that, but I'm gonna say it. Because when you decide the work session replaces you having a conversation with me, there is nobody on this board that should ever feel like they should not have a conversation with me. Commissioner Thorne, you and I have been on different ends of the spectrum, but we still have a conversation. And I can say that about other individuals. So personally, for me, the work sessions, to me, don't work for me. Because personally, I think this board has some type of issue with board members communicating honestly and effectively with each other. And I think that's part of our problem. And I don't think a work session is going to be effective if we do not have the respect, because I can't think of anything other than that, to say, you know what, I really don't think that Commissioner Thorne, what she has on there, I really don't think I agree with it, but let me have a conversation with her. Or I don't agree with what Commissioner Barrett has or Chairman Pitts, but let me have a conversation with that person. And maybe I'm an optimist. Maybe I'm thinking that in politics, people should be able to have a conversation, respect each other, and show alternative sides of whatever it is that you would like to see done. You may win me over. Who knows? But if you take the position that you're never going to have a conversation with me, you'll have it at a work session, I don't know how productive that work session could be. So personally, for me, I don't support it because I think it has become too politicized right now. I think in some cases it may even be redundant, as we saw today what happened. And so unfortunately, as it stands, I think the way it started off, I supported it, but what it has evolved to now, I'm sorry, I couldn't support it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I sort of have a different, well, my view on this subject in general is that we got a limited amount of time. Our staff has a limited amount of time, and we've got some super material issues to wrestle with as a board. And I don't feel like our individual policies and procedures are what our real issues are. And I don't really think that grinding on that and doing that in the context of work sessions really moves us forward as a county. And I think we would be better served to take the time that we have and focus it on the things that really are going to move this county forward. And I think there also will be things that can work to unite us more as a body with a common purpose. I think that, look, I've been part of this board now for a while, and there have been issues with policies and procedures, and the way they've generally been dealt with is we've brought them up individually, discussed them, adopted things at individual meetings, and moved forward. And we have improved the conduct of our meeting, and we've made, kind of progress with that over time. We have something has just reached a point where we just clearly needed to make an adjustment. And I think that that's a better way to go about approaching it. for me, I just don't think, you know, this particular topic is, you know, a critical issue for the county at the moment in terms of, you know, kind of where we need to be and what we need to do and what we need to focus on and what we need to drive our staff's attention to and county attorney's time to, et cetera. We got much bigger issues to be focused on and allow them to work on and for us to work on. So, you know, hey, if you want to bring something forward, I'd say do it in the context of a meeting, and let's deal with it and dispense with it and have the debate and discussion around it there, and, you know, the individual conversations that need to take place outside of the commission meetings, just like they would on other issues, have that occur, and I think that's a better course of action for us.
Commissioner Thorne? Huh? Well, I put you in it.
I know, you're putting me in the queue here.
We'll resolve this.
You know, I'm kind of a new board member like Commissioner Barrett here. And initially, I kind of enjoyed having all of us together in a format where we didn't have to wait in the queue to speak and we could banter back and forth. Some commissioners, I mean, I see quite often. They're quite accessible. Others, I hardly see at all in their offices. So it's almost awkward to try to give them a call and chit chat about something. So I do appreciate it, but I see both sides. And I guess I could go either way the board sways with it at this point.
All right, Commissioner Hall, you got anything to say? You're in the queue.
I'm in the queue?
Yes.
No, I'm not. You got it. Do you have anything to say?
Do I have
You're
any?
in the queue.
No, I've said it, yeah. I don't think we're accomplishing anything, and based upon the actions today, you know, I was a huge supporter till it became political and a lot of foolishness. So no, I do not support it going forward. All right. Anything else? One more item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, bottom of page 9, 240490, discussion, Fulton County Development Authority, project selection and community benefit guidelines, foreign direct investment policy, data center policy, and Republic of Korea relationship, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
I had put this on the agenda because I had wanted to get an update from the Development Authority on some of the recent projects in the same way that we do from some of the other groups like Invest Atlanta Today and MARTA, et cetera. Also because I've gotten a lot of questions about the approved tax incentives for the 2 data centers that have made headlines this year. I get a lot of calls about that, and the foreign direct investment guidelines, et cetera, all of that to say that I was hoping that they would be able to come today and speak, but Sarah Elizabeth is out of town, so I'm going to hold this till next time.
Any other items? All right, there are no other items to come before us at this time. However, at 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock is the public hearing on the, what did I say this morning? On the millage rate at 6 o'clock, beginning at 6 o'clock here in the chamber. No further business at this time. We are adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.